Good morning. So first I have some couple of announcements. Today afternoon 4 to 5:30 we have a refuge ceremony, and who already taught the refuge ceremony, so you can stay here and listen and teaching, but you don't have to come to up to hair cutting and get the new names. So then second is today afternoon the schedule is 2:30, but you know Rinpoche is always come early. Maybe please be here before 2 o'clock. So you know he could be leaving early starting 2. We don't know, okay? I cannot stop him. So he thinks teaching is have to talk teaching loud, not yet finished many. So could be he come early, okay? So please be here 2 o'clock. And also this Thursday and Friday we have a very special practice in here. Please, if you have time, join this practice. Practice is Guru Rinpoche's Bomso offering ceremony. It's for long life Garchen Rinpoche. So this Bomso is puja is dedicated to his long life as Garchen Rinpoche. The Khenpo Tenpa Tarje, one is from in Tibet. He is the Khenpo Minser, the Garchen Rinpoche's Ru Guru's successor, and the lineage holder. So he recommend for this puja for Garchen Rinpoche. So this Bomso is a really long practice, like 2 days. This week we have 2 days, and the next week we have 2 days practicing together. But it's not going to finish here, only we gathering together here. Bomso is very long, and 100,000 accumulation, Bomso recitation, 100,000. So we're going to, require and also request to all over the world, so they can join, youth streaming with us together, and we're going to practicing this Bomso is here and Thursday. So April 19 is starting 2:30, Thursday afternoon, 2:30 to 5 p.m. And then 7 to 8:30. So then also in Friday morning, 10 to 12. During that time, Garchen Rinpoche is going to do self-empowerment. So we're going to practice Bomso in this temple here. So then the Bomso, the Guru Rinpoche Bomso, actually is really important for on your benefit, and also we can supplication to other gurus, long life and purify obscurations. So many reasons, benefit practice and Guru Bomso. Please join that. And the next week also we have a Vajra Yogini empowerment, and reason is the 2 days Powa retreat. So when we practice Powa, we have to visualize our body is Vajra Yogini. So that's why Garchen Rinpoche is going to bestow Vajra Yogini empowerment. And then we have 2 days practice Powa. Usually, we receive many Powas, but we don't have, time to practice with, Guru together. So this is a really special opportunity for us, and join and together, and we can receive power from Garchen Rinpoche and practice together. So that's the next week. And then following way is Chakra Sambara. So I think most people know who's the Chakra Sambara. It's all these yogis, Ru Guru or Ru Yadam is Chakra Sambara. So then Garchen Rinpoche going to bestow Chakra Sambara empowerment, and after that, so Telopas, Pit instruction, Mahamudra, Genje Mahamudra teaching for 2 days. So that's the program is coming, you know. So you know, so I just remind again. And then I just request to you, please, if you have time, join with this Bumso together. So this is really important. The reason is we receive this the very high Tantra teachings from Guru. So we also have to create accumulation merit, and we have to purify our, obscuration and the karma. So that's, become interdependent, like Guru and the student connecting interdependent to long-life Guru. So also usually, this Tantra teaching, especially like Pita instruction, when Garchen Rinpoche he giving Milarepa's empowerment, so he share for all the natural mind teaching, right? So you all hear that term. So then that kind of Pita instruction giving for Guru giving to students, if a student no practice that and they don't care about that, so then that's due to the effect on Guru's life. So that's the reason, sometimes we say the Vajrayana, called secret mantra, right? The reason is like some usually Gurus not much giving for students, affect their life. So Garchen Rinpoche, he is Bodhisattva, he don't care himself, so he have for all us, So we have to know that, and we have to even we cannot practice like natural mind every day, but you join the Guru Bumso and purify our own karma and connecting to, that's connecting to Guru's long life. So that's many reasons. Make sense? Okay, so then please join, okay? Thank you very much. And so now we're going to do the opening prayer. It's going to do only the English, only one time. It's page 3. All Mother Sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstacles who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and emanation, may they experience happiness, be separate from suffering, and safely ever establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. We take refuge in the kind Ru Lama and the lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Yadams. We take refuge in the excellent Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and the Dharma gardens, possessors of the eye of wisdom. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the example of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embodied the enlightenment and progress on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, giving birth to bodhicitta, and apply myself to complete stage of the path. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the cause of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the cause of suffering. May they never be separate from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. So now we go to page 10A. The ground is sprinkling with scented water and stirred with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the spring mountain, the four continents, and the sun and the moon. As Buddha fare are offered it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fares. To the lamas who possess the three kayas, I offer the altar, inner and secret offerings, which my body, word, and all that is visible. Please grant me the supreme realization and enlightenment. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Om Guru Rinamandal Punza Manga Samanda Savarana Samaye Aho. Next page. Unequal refuge, ornament of the world. Your fame provides the 3,000 worlds. You are the victor, Vajradhara, widow adored. I bow at the feet of Father Jigten Songgo. Continually attain of no one but you, compassionate one, grant your blessing. Dispel the darkness that surrounds my heart. Please bless me so that I can realize the unliberated nature of mind. Please turn the way of the Dharma of the two wheels, the combination according to the disposition and likewise the mental capacity of sentient beings. Tibetan Semje Namje Sambada Loye Sera Jedavar Chejong Demo Devaye Chejong Golo
공부도 제제대 봐 삼제제 봐도 봐보 소나 제제제 비교로 사설로도 봐도 잘하게 계획에 손을 로정에 뜯어도 조절 봐 하시들 출어서 로로로 말라가도 라바다라도 생각도 마용제 견들어요 사로 또 제제다라로 너무 보면 저절로 방법을 봐자왕도 바꿔주로만나서 오면 추진 잡아라네 하도 가지고 아침 저간 것도 제배 어서빌로 메셔로서 스스로도 아저라 추진치 약속에 봉조와 지라서 sem지도 다녀도 단치나 담바 추진도 다도 이런 것처럼 바깥장 다보고 레좀되고 대신하다 다른 리 동치 개발인도 네 레좀되고 네 장크는 안랑 개발을 해야.
So, Madam, friends, yesterday we spoke about precious human body, death and impermanence, and some about karma. And so today we come to the actual chapter on karma, and that is on page 8 in the Green Book.
내용대 내들 Milarepa 우리 서로 유보가 했더니 작바명아 오네 일단 내 탐절이 주시에는 내 공부 작바상태 조요래 디고로서 보고리서 다시나 배워 보여래 남사단이 때라 근데 영다양도 따고에 사차가와성 미설라성 대세들이 초바제야 여를 매진들이 로지드베 당황이 또 삼시 망고 합정치나 야고요레지.
So this story on karma was given by Milarepa when he was staying in retreat in a mountain hermitage, and he was encountered by 5 bandits, and then they cultivated devotion and he taught them the Dharma. And so it is also actually very good, it would be very good if you in the future would also look at all of those stories over and over again and really know which song belongs to what story, like what place it was given and to whom it was given and so on. Because when you know the background, then a special feeling arises. It is that when the story is told, then a clear faith or inspiration arises. So it would be good for you to study these stories in the future.
대양들은 로아를 조용히 하는 이제직을 남에서 그래서 사바당 현지에 내가들이 사바당 현지에 레라티니 사바당 현지 조제는 레라티니 플라탄 메디지 저런 토리기 용진서 하정 사바당 현지 하정 출 차와 냠송어 대상지를 드림 망미 송선서 then roared to the Torigi on the Intan, something that the way the Chipart Congress, Joe to separate, Joe separate, but some Capona, metal some Kado Carrot, Nicola Samotana, or Deva to the Unata, Soso Surround also, or the Deva the Kari song, or Deva the Tiwana songs. 그래서 삼모도 들이 말을 리도 쳐와지 하요래 들다다 공리 무슨 진이게 간에 대화다 대비자다 대발치치송 니 말을 리도 진거 오요래 오 다다서서 대화도 저 가르송 수시에서 오랑도 돈이 어디 좀 말이 지압 맞춘 거 소랑 사본들이 대고치데 대사오데 공리 소말이 근데 하장 동사오요래 막 강셔시시쇼인
And so there are the 6 classes of samsara, the 6 realms of samsara, but the mind of all these beings has a single basis. So there is a single basis, but there are 2 paths. And that path is determined by love and compassion. So those who have given rise to love and compassion, at least to some extent, due to these actions committed, they temporarily take birth in the higher realms as gods and humans. They achieve the qualities of the higher realms. And then there is those who have not really cultivated much love and compassion. Their love and compassion is extremely weak, and they temporarily take birth in the 3 lower realms. So what is the difference between the qualities of the higher realms and the suffering of the 3 lower realms? The difference comes about due to different causes. For example, if you grow a flower, if the seed is white or any other color, depending on what color the seed is held within the seed, correspondingly the flower will have a certain color. And so you should think about your own experience in the same way. For example, if you experience even the slightest happiness, you should ask, where does it come from? Why am I experiencing that? And then you see it comes from love. So with each and every experience, every day, you should remind yourself of that so a feeling arises. Just before we have made the prayer, may all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. We recite this every day because we need to remember this every day. So if I experience happiness, why am I experiencing that, and who has created it? The happiness does not come about just through the hard work of my own competence, but it comes from the merit that I have accumulated in previous lives. So this is what is made clear here. This point is being made clear here in this song, and I will explain that to the best of my abilities.
소소라니 나한테 대상 못하네. 그래 강의다 등에 강체를 갖고 뒤져서까지 다다른 세상 차도 맞지. 그 당시에 되는 종아리 전체를 단위 제트받아. 그래 다다는 나는 소나 가서나 미쳐도 파 시리즈돼야 요 말이야. 이런 가와송나들이 미망시가 타라 로를 막고야 가라데 그 도로가 노는 게 배tung 강양미 같은 뭐지 저기요인데 강게제 삼대 같은 게 상관한 거 삼대지 따들이 들이지 치는 것들이 되는 배tung제야 이 답지는 답답해 제가 이제 정보를 용들라 말에 가봐야 자식이요 말에 또라 말에 가야 제시요 말에 내가 강게 저거 말에 얘는 이제 가면 좋아. 아까 학생한테 나가 쭉 듣고 그래. 뒤쪽으로서는 나쪽으로 주지 딱지 땅이야. 들이 하고 특별히 해. 소소한 게 됐다고 상못하는 이 상속샘 디레들이라고 그냥 탑발을 되는 백동제도 다 보지 않아도 너 소박검을 다 보지 않아야 되더니 함께 인간형님이 맡아보냐 내들이랑 백동 뒤에 탑밭에 준비를 되는 애들이 종을 와래.
For example, also I myself, this is how I contemplate. Whenever I encounter difficulties and hardships, I ask, where does that come from? It comes from certain causes. And the causes are anger, jealousy, pride, and they all arise from self-grasping. And knowing that, I am able to accept my own difficulties, my own suffering. And so then nowadays, wherever I go in this world, even though I do not have any great qualities, and I'm also not making a great effort, anywhere I go, people give me a place to stay and food to eat and clothes to wear. And why does this happen? It is due to love. And recognizing that, my trust in the qualities of love increases even more. So what is most important, what really determines our experience, is the causes that we create. Whatever we achieve has nothing to do with our temporary qualities, our own efforts. For example, I myself don't even know how to make a phone call myself. I don't know how to do anything in this world, actually. But still, somehow, I am able to survive in this world. So actually, if you only take me as an example and look at my case, you will be able to understand this point. And so this is how I reflect when I cultivate bodhicitta. It really arises from the bottom of my heart. And when I understand its qualities, I want to make an effort to develop more bodhicitta and to protect it with patience. And that is really most important, even if you are not able to engage in any other kind of practice. But if you really understand karma, then you will be able to make such an effort.
덴바니가 통해서더니 라마 개베시니에 되네더니 하고 접송서 대외진이 가지나 라마로 살차로 속고요 참아 약게 거디 사연는데 다다 메인 고소남 개바 말아 대중 소남 사본데베 제바 통도까지나 다들 제바게 배용 찍고를 때네 대다다 돌기 뛰어만 고요래 대답게 집바다 추천 루바스는 소화에 돌이 어디서 배를 slagen 대다다다바다미 메고요래 배를 쓰는 거 가리는 제당 사게 고도배 좀 막고 거래 slagen 두테 라미기 요래 대답게 사요기 용지 통치 다 소장지나 그 가리 제공 쓰는 사과서 수남 집한테 다당 속에 가시게 협도하고 두고요 말이에요. 매 저치보들로 쫓고 코스남 제보리라고 요래. 제가 요래 수남을 제가 요래 얘는 마찬가지로 법인이 요나 즉 속고 자고 요래 양즉 광고 자로 요래 망이봐 저땅을 롱바그 제발이 잡고 영어 롱바그 제발 제보 요래 롱바당 Dili kaza gertigi le longba dili deti yunga dili kaza gertigi wanga me soso ke dedo. Dili deyang chetu cheme ke dewa ta tonge joyang le dola kaza gertigi le te salon tanga. Dili di kami de ta ta dewa shiba de ta ta deta sunam shiba de jimba tang pyong res. Jimba pa tang yari dege di sonam de kawa dege do. 소남지 봐도 세고 돌고 그랬어. 진짜 가릭스에 동어도. 매일 삼지 방고 고소 동의요나. 이게 저 삼바도 이게 동어도. 다소남지 봐도 삼지. 삼지를 뛰는 진바야. 소남을 진바야 삼지에서 저처럼 삼지에서 루바야 삼지에서 가리는 파르도 소바도 삼지를 맞은 게 진짜요 말이지. 대회에 때는 제가 수남시 받았지. 별로 출국이다 그 송도. 사토건 조항 제점 자체는 이거요 말이지. 사토건 조항 남근 조항 선 거래 주시는 거. 남근 조항은 가려. 남근 조 다시 일을 떼고 그랬지. 그 사지 송한테 사지게 강진은 선바시란 게 있지. 강 다들 동안 양 많이 넣어서 저밖에 필요가 또 어때서 말해. 얘네한테 같이 오다 집어지나 소소해서 같이 집어 동네 요래 요게도 집어 땅 거래 또 같이 미연 말이 집어 땅도 요나한테랑 초다 맞을 말이 그때 sen나 강에 요게는 조바 요게도 집어 땅 피토요 말이 배는 뒤에 가르치거든 나그 취지지 마 삼바당이지 만나뵙지 샘지도 이제 피고 오만을 빼면 집어 탐지는 취지지만 좋아해 너를 집어 가지고 샘도 그래 샘도 삼대 오잖아요 그때는 뭐 우지마다 사들 집어 취지 말아서 받아 취지 받어 취지 받다 삼바당이지 이제 재미가 오는데 다다 집어 수능 집안도 몇째 세들 삼대 오나 삼대들 뛴 삼대 좋다 그래 삼대 싸와 제삼매나 다디들이 장갑을 잡아래 세대 차로로 차야 돼 근데 세대 도도지 나우 냐벌 때 나만 이렇게 도매 삼대가 차야 돼 들이라셔야 장고요래 너 담게 가야지 다 나우 삼바디 지세메 버트이디나 들이 따때로 차로요래 들이 팔람가 만함가 토람가 들이 포토람가 자카람가 뭐가 되지 다 좋은 배들이 다 좋은 때 참아들이도 뭐가 때도 시간이 야와 되게 차로요래 근데 삼지 제정들이 삼지가 용대장 다지 용 되는 다 semsam로 땅한테 배랑만 보송에 대타가 삼았던 거래
So then here on page 8, the song begins with an homage to the gurus. It says, I bow to the perfect gurus. It always begins with that, with an homage to the guru. And that is because all of that, what is being taught, the teachings on the twofold truth, the teachings on karma, all actually come from the guru. They all are understood from the guru. So having understood them, then Milarepa gives those teachings. That is why there's always a prostration to the guru in the beginning. And so then first he explains the benefits of generosity. High above in the heaven of pleasures, the devas sow their rice, and the crop is ripe as the seeds are sown. It is not that their method of farming is superior, it is simply the karmic reward for their good deeds in former lives. Men of endowment, give your alms. So, now these are the benefits of practicing generosity, and all of the happiness that we experience in the higher realms comes from the practices of generosity, morality, and patience. For example, in the God realm, it is said that the moment you plant the seed already ripens in that moment without the need of any effort. The gods enjoy their resources just naturally. They are present naturally. So you can learn about the qualities of the God realm. But then where does it all come from? It comes from the previously accumulated merit. And that is something that many do not understand very clearly. Often when we speak about merit, people think that, for example, a person who is rich and has a lot of possessions, a wealthy person, they say that person has a lot of merit. And of course, to some extent, their wealth is related to merit, but for example, within one family, you have two siblings, have the same parents, but one of them turns out to be rich and the other one poor, even though they belong to the same family. So their differences still come about. Or for example, between countries on a larger scale, there are differences. There is independent countries and so on. And then within those countries, there is more difference depending on the individual karmas accumulated. So even if you live in a free, independent country, the people in that country experience happiness and suffering to varying degrees. And also within one single life, sometimes there is change in the experience of happiness and suffering in terms of the early parts of their life and the later parts of their life. There's change. So think about karma in this way when we try to understand what is meant with merit. So here we speak about the benefits of generosity, and so that is giving away. So once you give something away to someone, and where does that merit actually stay? Where is that merit then kept after you have given something? It is within the mind. And so how the merit is accumulated is that why are you giving away to someone? You give away because you care about them. There's love. For example, you see a poor person, a beggar, and you feel compassion for them. You see their suffering, so you want to give something to them. There is love and compassion. So therefore, what we call merit is only love and compassion. That is what it is. And that is the nature actually of all the 6 paramitas. The morality is love. The essence of patience is love. The essence of the 6 paramitas is love. And that is what we call merit. And the benefits of generosity are also explained in other religions. For example, in other religions it is said that you should not rely on the treasure houses on earth because they have no essence. It is better to rely on or hold on to the treasure house of the heavens. And so what that means is the treasure house of the heavens is the treasure that comes from practicing generosity. The Buddha, when the Buddha had explained the benefits of generosity, the Buddha had said that whatever you give away, that is what you own, and whatever you own is not yours. And so he was explaining the benefits of generosity, the merit that comes from that. So for example, what generosity also means is that And the merit that comes from that has to do with your intention, the wish to give away. So for example, if you have the ability to give away, then you should also be able to give away to others when they are in need. But then there is some who actually want to give, but they can't because they don't have enough money and so on. And so then there is no benefit putting yourself into hardships and then in the end feeling stingy about it. So in that case, what can we do? How can we practice generosity? Actually, it is said that the greatest form of generosity is the generosity and the giving of the Dharma. And that, for example, is to bring to mind all sentient beings, a wish to benefit them, and then with that wish you recite a Mani mantra, or Mani Padme Hum. And that actually, that giving of Dharma is the supreme form of generosity. Because when we give, the mind of love and compassion is most important. So there are different kinds of generosity, like material things and giving the Dharma and so on. But they all come from a mind of love and compassion. And if that is sustained continuously, then continuously you accumulate merit. When there is love in your heart, that love is like warmth that melts the ice block of self-grasping. And the more there is, the less love there is in your mind, the stronger will be your self-grasping. Self-grasping is like the cold weather that makes your mind freeze into an ice block. You become solidified, solitary self. There's this concept of an existing I. And then all you can see is myself. And in the end, often people even commit suicide. So if you keep thinking about the self and me and mine all the time, the more you think about it, the more your mind becomes solidified, solidifying into an ice block. And then the more selfish you are, the more you will dislike anybody else. And then you don't like your father, and you don't like your mother, you don't like your friends, you don't like your classmates, you don't like your country, and so on. And that is because you only care about yourself. And for this reason, everything else around you will appear as unpleasing, unpleasant to you. And then later on, as a result of that, after you have died, that becomes the cause of taking birth in hell. So we should really reflect on the qualities, the good qualities of love and the faults of self-grasping. And for this reason, there are many illustrations and scriptural quotes and so on given so that that help us to reflect on these.
마그냥 칸 쪽제나 총다다 잡아다다 수디 고만한 개바 말아데 정홍 속에서 만남이 속주 공격 같니 그서 추첨거 에베 시달라서 추첨거 야와라 총나 데이터가 야와데 좀데 sab지래 다 고르자고 도와시하는 거 레바타 탄 땅처럼 도와마지들 쉬어요. 도와야 랑타도 양 쉬대요. 베세스타베트네 다다 데이터 까마리기는 시선자 탐험 보지고요. 데이터다 소지면 남이랑서 소링압자 용거래 즉 속착적 소지는데 소탕압자 소리요래서 데이터를 무슨 말이지 동해의 용어 석고다다 라시장이 참지나 데이터가 독일 파가 라시장이 우상고요래 말이 랑게 시당게 랑게 소지에서 봐 하정 시당 치고 시당 치고 받아 시당 들이서 시당은 말이 디 시당데 마조가 빠르다 라시장을 배우고 또 주체미 받이 시당데 넘다버리 따라가 이게 속지 리미터리 디 rangi shidang te ma to par ta ti yang shi che ne ti rang so che shi ko yo le dong ne ti na mi je te ta yong ko shidang ra so la tri ta ta te ta yi ji su ki ta che lo to ra mang ba te yo le pe ne yi ri ta ta ya dan ra me ta su ma ra me ta che sa ji sha ga ta ba te ko so ka bo tam ja che ya ta 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 이 자리도 마셔요. gemnie지. 대상계 이제도 인상계 해야 될 로또다 사지 마송을 사지지 마도 다 요래데 실제로 더차를 있잖아 싶었던 걸 요래 거서라. 우리들이 제 이제도 다 줘야 되더니 다그 그런게 레지 마도 봤다. 이 저도요 말데 싶었던 말 더차를 참네 되니 싶었던 말을 요송 또디냐 말지 제 잡채 보트 등등에서 대서 배나 같이 인세와 와서 대고 이 말을 쉬어 나와 이 말을 쉬어 배를 이 자리라들이 쉬어 나와 저 동해서 요래 대서 막고서 거야 좀 대통이 무슨 거요래 그 가이데 나연 좀 받을 때 다다라 자다 지휘지거나 처와는 적시거래 대비 초통을 비 사만들이 들으라 동의에 대다고 용 동의에 미시는 당비도 진지진 되는데 그래서 이제 하던 정상 주체매 봐요래 대답을 동의에서 요래 특강에서 시당 같다면 시당 나서 받는 유모 받다들 초점성 거에 유모 받는 통례 오 유모가 레사나 남이 되다가 자자자요 아래 그 무슨 뜻의 세상을 레사 알리더라 내가 레 민철 것들이 남이 집에 냐바라지 내 왕거되어 것들이 가시 개버되어 되는 멀리 터나 때문에라 배는 초과 작사를 제로 그랬다 더블 사자같이 딱발 초과 작고 왕거되어지 좀 되어지네 세바 좀 판도 받은 거요리 용어 좀 철도 받아들 랑게 작하고 매봤던 거요리 다 소리를 배세서 동 무슨 잡을는 통치수도 받았지 또 그래 또 시당을 와 시당을 주는 배를 그것도 되지 가오요 말 삼모당 시당 동에서 동에서 또 시당 가와도 시당 소소는도 엄마 온조치 이제 동네에 자와 시장에 봤잖아. 이제 도더라. 오, 가시든 잡으려는 되고 잡는 특징 생각 보지 봐서나 가서 강에 매만 망고 요라. 어때서 레 마사라 소소로 동네에 요 레서 받았지 동네에 따버리 돈한테 쥐어 있잖아. 이제 저서 고 대고 탑라들이 송을 했지.
So the next paragraph is the essence of morality. It says, down below are wretched beings in the great 18 hells. When their bodies by the saw are cut, the wounds are healed at once. This is not because their skin is healthy, but is karmic retribution for those they killed in former lives. Men of endowment never kill. So the essence of morality. So killing, for example, originates from the affliction of anger. And then we take birth as a result of full maturation in the hell realms. For example, there is the crushing hell, where you're crushed by 100 hammers simultaneously, and they split your head and your brains come out and you die. And then, so with each hammer stroke striking your head, you die. And once the hammer is lifted, you come back to life. And then it is repeated over and over again. And in that way, one dies and is revived hundreds and thousands of times, even within a single minute. And so also in terms of the ripening of killing, it is said that one single act of killing will bear 500 karmic retributions that will ripen. It will multiply 500 times. So to that extent, then there will be an experience of suffering. And so the worst kind of killing is that of committing suicide. When we commit suicide, you think that, people think that I'm doing that to avoid or escape my suffering. But this actually will not happen. You cannot escape it. First of all, the reason why you kill yourself is because you're angry. There's self-hatred. And that is the worst, the strongest form of hatred that we can possibly cultivate. So it is that worst kind of hatred that makes you do this and commit suicide. And after you have done that, you will continue to experience the suffering of committing suicide after you have died over and over again continuously. So it is like a butter lamp, like a candle flame. The oil in the lamp is your own hatred, your anger. And the consciousness that takes on this mental form that continuously experiences death, that is like the fire flame. And the fire flame will remain until the oil, the anger, the hatred has come to an end. Until it has come to an end, you will again and again, over and over again, commit suicide and experience the suffering of such a death. So that is the natural reflection or projection of hatred. It continues to manifest in this way. And then thereafter, there is an ongoing suffering for many thousands of years. For example, there is those beings like all kinds of different spirits who remain in this mental spirit-like body for many thousands of years. For example, there is those spirits who were there at the time of the Buddha Shakyamuni, and then they're still around as spirits now, or still, even though so many years have passed. And then some of them have actually taken vows, they have taken refuge vows and layperson's vows, like upasaka vows and so on. And then some who have passed away then still remain, even though the Buddha had gone a long time ago, after thousands of years, they are still here in the same spirit existence. And again, they continue to experience the suffering of their death circumstance each and every week, over and over again. And they will experience this until that karma comes to an end. So the suffering of hell is experienced for as long as the karma exists. Each and every day, there is different kinds of hells where we keep dying and then we are revived again. So the suffering that is experienced there then is an actual direct experience. And it arises, first of all, due to the mind being completely bound up by self-clinging. And that is really the essence of all beings. For example, a little bird or a snake and so on, they all are afraid of death. They all escape, and they are afraid of giving up their body, even though their body is a miserable, suffering body. So there is this experience of suffering. So the ripening, the full maturation of hatred, now when we put this into practice, morality, first of all, we recognize this. We see the afflictive emotion, like hatred, for example. And then we ponder, if I accumulate karma, if I engage in action with this afflictive emotion, then with 100% certainty, there will be a ripening result from that. So when you engage in action with a mind of anger, there are many ways in which the anger then will ripen. First of all, it will ripen into the result of full maturation, and that is first taking birth in hell. And then after that, there is the dominating result, and that is related to the environment where you take birth. So then, for the dominating result, as a result of some slight virtue accumulated before, you might take birth in the human world again, but then you might take birth in a war zone where there is constant fighting, because this anger is still ripening. And then once you're born there, then you experience the result that is similar to the cause. And first there is the activity similar to the cause. So similar to before, you again harm others. And then there is the experience similar to the cause, and that is, as a result, again, others will harm you in return. And in this way, you keep harming yourself and harming others. And we can see how that really happens in this world by looking at certain countries. There's a lot of suffering. And what is the root of all that suffering? It is hatred, anger. So reflect on the faults of anger. Those people, for example, in those war zones, they don't like to fight, but they have no choice. They're bound in that circumstance. So recognize the cause of that to be anger, and then think, so where is that anger actually? And then you find that actually it's within my own mind. I have anger too. And then you will cultivate fear and think, Guru and Three Jewels, please think of me. You will try to find a way to turn this away, to let go of this negative emotion. And for example, in this world, there is some people who have not been affected by any of that suffering. For example, there is those who have never been affected by the First and the Second World Wars, for example, even though they were alive at that time, but they were not affected. That is because they have not accumulated that karma, so they won't experience that suffering. But if you have accumulated that karma, you will experience that suffering. So what this verse is explaining here, the instruction here, is that we need to avoid the causes of such suffering.
Besa bon saya tong ser ka seona ta go sang ti chok sa wan me ba sem te sa ba de yo da di ji wang che so de chok go so de de pe de de ye da la de sa ji de to yo jong sa de ba ta nga sam ta ye da ga zok de ye ji zo go so ba de de sen na ko rang ji de 저 같이 톱을 고지 파동만 톱파 파동 되면아 선을 기대래 될 때는 생구라서 나도 세당 코브라서 나와 봐 다시나 코브라서 기다나 들이고스들이 기다 나와지 다가 신나지 맞아 바르들이 기다가 열래 지알리 속배야 들이 타는 다들 전투를 제외할 때 되고서 정말 속차 탈때는 일하는 인도 배랑아가 아마서로 와서는 버쳐도 자처럼 들이 매 싸가던 차적들고 태웅도 차 되고 강들되고 시야마도 정말 배세다가 속차 되려고 해서 무슨 답을 통수요 때마다들이 다다 속차 조마세라서 왔다지나 다고서 전투를 제외했어 다시 예다 냄표에 다 지워라 당부들이 속차들 같이 인강에서 같이 juk 맞춰오는 조조고요 저기 또 좋고요 늘 빨리 치워다가서 야결 고사줄까 이거 말이 이제 사주 매와 말이죠 사줄까 안 매와 때 잡으려는 놀러 주 요거나 소소소는 주주가 하면 막하시들랑 갈라 좋고요 말 배세다 생각은 남의 대답에서 그 명목을 안 가지고 때라 올린 사람이 책들이 어디에도 가요 맞지 마소 가빠이 잡고서 타게 라마타베 테타 트와트고 트리 이해나양 다세나티다 탐체 줄이 요래 요라테 세나테 가르쳐 버려 다세는 이보지 말에 얘나 가셔다 공시 받을 기바 또야 차치 요와 메바지가 요래 당기 요새나 메리치 잡는 말 이보 갈 버려 다 소속은 나나 조트 보고 그다 태웅당 타카란트당서 요네 제일들이 조트 보고서 사지고 사와제요 대답대다 랑나 르르 바다 총마다 기바 가리나들이 덕고 코랑이 사다 메라퍼 조반벌 저특과를 메도리에 대전에 시험 다랑나 덕고 콩이 사들이 단지 말에 다들 셈을 단지면은 이 베라다다 저번에 저거서 대화중에 나와서 고초수가 나와리라 그요래 고초수가 가리 나와요 배종이 됐어요 배종제는 더고요 배종제는 쓰려면 강 더고요 배종제는 대회에서 고초수 고초 삼제를 뒤지 안 맞지 봤다 왔대 그 다스다로도 더고요 저로서 와서 매를 더고요 고초 삼제를 뒤지 더고 대하고서는 우리들이 삼제를 뒤지 고갑 연구요래 이렇게 세면이 시치고지 좀돼서 밤에 봐자 그것도 좀돼서 밤에 봐 다이 이유밖에 그래서 이게 좋잖아 인fin이 들어오지 좋아라는 거 맞지가 맞지야 되게 좋아요
The next, about the hungry ghosts, it says, in the dark realm yonder wander hungry ghosts. As they finish eating, they feel hungry again. The reason is not their stomach size, it is karmic retribution for stinginess in former lives. Men of endowment, never be parsimonious. So the essence of the hungry spirits is this stinginess. There is desire, attachment, and that leads to greed and stinginess. So in terms of the beings in the 6 realms of samsara, it is said that the human beings are related to attachment and the hungry spirits to stinginess. So what's the essence of stinginess? For example, a person might have hundreds and thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, and still they will not feel satisfied. They still want more. There is no contentment. And that is because the stronger self-grasping, the more you will always want. And that manifests ultimately as a hungry spirit, a hungry ghost. The Buddha had explained different kinds of hungry ghosts. For example, here there are some whose bellies are very large, but whose throats are very tiny, like a needle and so on. And they have a mental body, a mental form. So the nature of stinginess is that you want to get, and your greed for getting things is insatiable. But you don't want to give away anything that you have. That's the nature of stinginess. For example, the natural projection of hatred or anger is hell. And the natural projection of stinginess is a hungry ghost. And until the stinginess is exhausted, comes to an end, one will take birth in such an existence as a hungry ghost. And then again, if one becomes liberated from that existence, again there is the result that is similar to the cause. We can see in this world, for example, it is said after having taken birth as a hungry spirit, one takes birth as a more substantial form, as a little animal. There are certain animals that belong to the hungry spirit realm. So, for example, there is this in Tibet, where Rinpoche's mother was from. When he was very young, there was this insect, this creature like a leech, and it would latch onto your skin. It's about an inch size, and then it would drink your blood, and when it's full of blood, then it dies. So that kind of being is like a hungry spirit being. And this drinking of blood is like the result that is similar to the cause, even if they have already been liberated from the actual hungry spirit realm. So there's all kinds of animals like that. There's different insects, like ants, that run around day and night, even though it's very hot in the sun, and they go about like under rocks and so on and try to find food. But if they don't have the karmic fortune to gain food, and even if somebody were to put out some bread for them, for example, they couldn't get it because they don't have the karmic fortune to obtain it, even though it's right there. It's not that they don't want to eat it, but they do not have the karmic fortune to get it. And we can see this in this world too, actually. It is not that there is no resources in this world. There are resources in this world, but there are some who do not have the karmic fortune to get to them, and so therefore there are some people in the world who don't even get enough food to eat. And so the essence of that existence is ultimately stinginess. And so again, we can find this stinginess within our own mind. So regarding this argument, there is a lot of debate and questions that arise amongst the different teachers. But in any case, that this is really how we can understand the cause of stinginess, the essence of stinginess. And it is within all of our minds. So when we see that, we can again find it in our own mind. So then what can we do? The antidote to it is generosity. But as I mentioned before, there is some who are able to give and some who are not able to give. And so the purpose of generosity is the essence of generosity is to be free of self-grasping. So another antidote, another way to practice with that is, for example, in your home, if you have a created nirmana kaya, like a Buddha manifestation. For example, you have a statue, even if it's just the size of a thumb joint, or if you have a small tanka, just about an arm length. But if you think that this is the actual Buddha, then that Buddha in that image actually performs a Buddha activity. So for example, you could think that whatever there is in my home, all my possessions, my wealth, my children, husband, wife, all of that, my home, that Buddha, he owns. I own nothing. Everything belongs to this Buddha. And then you make offerings. For example, you make flower offerings, a mandala offering, and various like water offerings and so on to that Buddha. Whatever offerings you make it to that Buddha. Always thinking that everything I own belongs to him. And then you will become free of self-grasping. That is a way to become free of self-grasping. And when there is no self-grasping in the mind, there is this saying that the Tibetans say, is that even if you have the slightest happiness, you feel that it was given to me by the 3 jewels. And so you might wonder that how is everything given to me? How did the 3 jewels give me everything? Because people think that I got those things because I worked really hard. And of course it has something to do with your efforts, but only if you have enough merit. If you do not have the merit, even if you make an effort, you will not get all of these things. And so how it was given to you by the 3 jewels, what are the jewels actually? The actual jewel is love and compassion. And so that jewel of love and compassion has given that to you. In a previous life, because there is love, you have practiced generosity, and now as a result, you have some wealth. Or if you have practiced morality, you have now found the precious human body. So the actual jewel, like the 3 jewels, is love, and that leads to all the happiness that you have. And so if you understand that, then you will cherish this mind of love and compassion, and also trust in its qualities will increase. And that is trust in the relative truth, that is the infallibility of karma, cause and effect. And so for as long as we have a dualistic perception of self and other, in that context we must regard others as more important, as we must care for others more than ourselves. We must develop an altruistic mind, and this is how we should spend our lives. So that is very important.
내가 같이 와서 강의들에다가 놀러 줄지게 내가 현상고요. 너희 치수에 되겠어요. 그래. 말하리 배송지 그랬다. 내가면도 수본 처왕 통자나 널 잡으러 또 불러보요. 널 잡아지 그래. 제가 상호 땅 가래 널 잡아 가지고 맞지 데르데 속속 등이 그제 강의들이 제대로 뭐 사람들이 총게 찔러서 데리고 상호 땅 데르들이 세나다 시당다 차도 돼서 사인 치리가 데르들이 다른 게 보통 정말 니당 얘들 나서 밖에 이 강바타 배샤들 합탑야 그래 마셔본 것다 쇼지 사람 가르쳐 그래도 니 맞지 거는 지성제요 와래 다른 거 쉬어요래 말았어요 하면 거기 놀러 좀 강바타 배샤를 합탑다가 되었지 제외는 막 배샤도 치라 되고 때로 마보는 것도 이 치니까 될 강 컬만한 거 저다 세당 컬고 삼대도 그주고 그래 다 세당도 컬나 진짜 라비냐가 세당 컬 라비냐가 봐시나 제가 다 셈도 세당도 컬 누굴 대회 치와요 말 네번들이 말하려 특집을 라비오래 오 속고처럼 도다 노다워스 그러고 제일 지니 다다다에서 배가 요바 탐지나 삼로다나 오 마셔서들이 소재를 파고 자자 양물이 작하던 양물이 되게 잡다던 가르던 삼로다로 대체고 대파 타기를 세기 셔르가 로고 뜨고서 나보이나 타라고래 다 시들들이 사지요 밤에 받아 잠에 제가 지금마다 올라가면 스테이션 습지 받을 때도 제시나 되게 타발라 하고 그래 놀러 같이 오는 봐요 말에 맞아 다산이 시험 같은 데는 놀 타워도 보고 들 고아야 볼래 다산이 배망보도 디고로 상마야 보단 거래 대 참에 고고와서
There's another very important instruction by Milarepa regarding our wealth and possessions. And normally we think that we think that happiness means that we are rich and have a lot of possessions. And in reality, it is those possessions, that wealth, that actually leads to the greatest suffering. So there is one instruction by Milarepa that is not in here, but elsewhere then Milarepa says that when the time of death approaches, when it comes to the time of death, then for the rich, their wealth becomes like their wealth becomes like their teacher of like who their true enemy is. So their true enemy will become revealed as their own wealth when it comes to the time of death. And so why is your wealth your enemy? It is because you have spent your entire life accumulating this wealth. And for that sake, you have endured a lot of suffering. And your entire life, all your thoughts turned around this. You're only thinking about how can I accumulate more wealth? And in that way, you have accumulated greed and anger and jealousy and so on. And now, when you are on the verge of death, then you have a lot of wealth. And what happens often is then, even before you die, your family, your children, husband, wife, relatives, and so on, they are already fighting over your house and all your money. And then even before you die, then the person who is on the verge of death then might think that my entire life I have cared for them, and now I'm dying, and instead of loving me, they only are fighting over my house and money. So they become resentful, they get angry and upset at that. And so then they die, and then what goes with them is that anger, that resentment. And they do not bring with them a mind of love and compassion. And then again, the nature of this anger will manifest as the hell realm. So this is how the wealth has really harmed them greatly in this life. That is why Milarepa said there is no greater harm than having a lot of wealth. So at the time of death, that will become a teacher to you. So then how should we think? For example, if you have some wealth, then you should think that anyways, I am going to die one day. So it is best to decide what will happen to my wealth right now. How can I break it up and share it? Or I will give it to the country, or I will give it to schools. I will give it wherever, for whatever cause. But it is good to decide that now, because then later you can peacefully move on when it's time to die. And then you can focus on that single-pointedly. You can think that anyways I am going to die, and when I die I want to become liberated. My only protection is the Buddha Amitabha. My only destination is the Pure Land of Dewa-Chen. And if you focus on that single-pointedly, then you have really found a path of liberation. And then no matter how much wealth you have, it will not harm you. So otherwise it becomes your greatest enemy. So that is a really important point that you should understand very clearly, and you should really reflect upon very carefully.
너무 그렇게 싸워나 내 동아서 미초요서 강에 밀고 먹고 초랑시서 사지의 추세라 에 유몽 로아를 두고 사온 유몽 동아지 소탁을 빵을 탑 사천을 저탑 사하나는 십탑 유몽이 실제로 탑대라서 왔다 사지때 말하고 제대로 소상 가서를 남기를 봤음요에 대답이 미디어에 미디 싸움에다 따라하는 알래요라서
Then it says, near the cleansing pond is Duncho's wondrous cow, ever ready to give milk, but it is up to you whether or not you catch her. So that is an example also given by the Buddha. And so the Buddhas love all sentient beings without any discrimination, whether they heed the Buddha's teachings or not, whether they enter the Buddha's teachings or not. The Buddha loves all beings. But then it is up to us to actually engage in practice. And then under the root of the wish-fulfilling tree is the drug that cures all 5 diseases. Yet it is entirely up to you whether or not you dig for it. So the Buddha Dharma is the antidote to the 6 seeds of samsara, or the 5 poisons, the afflictive emotions. And to abandon them, the Buddha has taught the 3 levels of the path. The individual liberation path is the method where we abandon the afflictive emotions. In the Bodhisattva path, we transform the afflictive emotions. And in the secret mantra Vajrayana path, we realize, we realize the nature, we know the afflictive emotions, and through awareness, we transform them into primordial wisdom. So the precious teachings of the Buddha provide us this threefold path, which is like a medicine. So the medicine is there, but whether or not you eat it depends on yourself.
Lama lopo ji jingwa na de minga me je de me yo go ni ji de me ji qiang xie so sa ji de qu ji yong de na ju de jie guo na ge xi ge nu ba la le ba re go ni se ga le o ne ga le ju de lo an bi ba go do gu tian ba ta tu do da gu tian ba ni se me ba ta tu do da gu tian ba 다비도 보시랍데 대주하대야 고통보나들이 달라마 그리바라 레바레도 고초스나 잡쇼고레 시와 무조다 초소라라레소.
And then in front of a good guru is the key of pith instructions to the door of the two perfections, but it is entirely up to you whether or not you open it. So in order to, if you wish to develop the qualities of the Buddha's teachings, the Dharma, you need to rely on a Sangha, on a guru. And those two, the door of the two perfections here, it refers to the twofold truth. From the guru, when we rely on the guru, we realize the relative truth, which is the infallibility of karma, cause and effect, and the ultimate truth, that is non-duality. It is the wisdom that realizes selflessness. So in order to understand these, we need to rely on a Sangha, on a guru, and therefore we need to take refuge in the three jewels. But whether or not you are seeking refuge, that is entirely up to you.
대양 도나도 못하라 가시게 고독때 막가 중중라 말이 도남도 그런 고독때 말이 이치제네 사적처럼 이치 약고지 이 사적성에 따른 용나 다음에 바차들이 다음에 바차네들이 생분대로 상성고 다진이메가 또 두고요에 대양 고독때 막 하자 같이 버리 점들이 이치치와 And
so then in order to realize the ultimate truth, some people think that the relative truth is not so important. They want to go straight to the ultimate truth. But actually, in order to realize the ultimate truth, we must first realize the relative truth. And that is because the relative truth is the truth on karma. And if you understand karma, then you will, when you trust in karma, you will trust in the qualities of bodhicitta. So you will develop true bodhicitta. And when true bodhicitta arises, self-grasping disappears. And when there is no more concept of a self, and you look at the nature of your mind, then through this special insight, you can realize the non-duality of self and other. In order to realize that, it is, however, crucial to rely on the relative truth, because first, you must have a full trust in karma in order to really trust bodhicitta, so that you can cultivate bodhicitta. So that is very important.
주바 체디님이 랑그셈이라고 빵도 그래. 랑그셈이라고 이시고 봐도 그래. 강리 레좀들이 지지나 주요디 체롱 총로 좀들이 지지서데 주바 체디스 레좀들이 지 맞잖아. 근데 주바 체디 찾고 말해서 저번에 소고서 와야 레좀들이 지지잖아. 주사미 저 가다야 좀 모르다서 좀 내리 지금에 주망 보시에는 소소랑이 주바 제지 찾고 말해서.
So there's many people who have entered the Buddhist path and the Buddhist teachings, But you can only see for yourself, by looking at your own mind, whether or not you are an authentic Dharma practitioner, a true Dharma practitioner. And you have to take your own mind as a witness and believe and trust in yourself, in your own qualities. So if you trust in karma, then whether you have a great learning or qualities in the Dharma or not, if you only trust in karma, you are an authentic Dharma practitioner. If you do not trust in karma, you are not an authentic Dharma practitioner. And Lord Chigden Sumgön had therefore said that it depends on the trust of karma, and that makes you a true Dharma practitioner. And it does not depend on your eloquence in explaining the Dharma. So you might be able to speak much about the Dharma, but if you do not really believe in karma, you still are not an authentic, a true Dharma practitioner. Now we come to page 10, the faults of samsara.
제가 거와 나와 쳐야돼 탐지를 요래서 로아르도 참아데 요르와스 내요는 디다다 제가 거와 나와 쳐야돼나 다 제와들 요는 못 상고 요래데 우리들 사주 만남다고 봐 대시고 요래데 대 마시나 대시나 제스마 빠도선 봐 성문인으로 돌때 계시면서 또 요래 때문에 다기 이제 요리 정대 이때다 제가 나와 가와서 참아 요래서.
And so on page 10, the faults of samsara, it says, in the river of birth, decay, illness and death, we worldly beings are submerged. Who can escape these pains on earth? So there is this suffering of birth and aging, illness and death, and we all experience them. We all have those kinds of suffering. Actually, all beings in the six realms have them. And so in terms of birth, for example, this life, people think that life is so long, but actually it is just like the dream of a single night. This is how we should understand it. And if you understand it in this way, you can realize that this life, the bardo and future lives are all the same, all one. And in that way, you're able to understand, realize the meaning of the mind that transcends birth and death. And if you do not realize this point, then due to the continuous grasping at a self-other duality, there will always be this experience of birth, aging, illness, and death.
somebody 로바지가 당화 같이 와줘서 뭐지 책책서 뭐지 답변은 좋아지지 같이 버려 좋아지는 레좀제티는 반응 만들어가지고 요래 그리고 소리 좋아도 말이나 다다디 레로도 공항도 돈들이 좀 레라들이 랑게 이시체네 르토쿠요 말이 저기 바깥에 담보출은 보죠. 바르기 벽으로 타마 재미도 람서 저기 바데 담아 채워래. 니지네 저리 가지 시절에 시작할 제고 상은 들면서 람 놓고요 말이 기침 거를 했어.
So what we need to one important point here that we need to always bear in mind, that is very important, is there's a story about Kadampa Geshe who had a disciple, and the disciple once asked him, can you just give me one single instruction? What is the most important thing to practice? And the Geshe responded, you should always remember death. That is most important. Because if you remember death, you will also remember karma. And if you remember karma, then you will be unmistaken as to what you should do and what you shouldn't do. If you do not always think of death, you will be controlled by laziness, and even if you trust in karma, you will not practice it. So it is most important to always remember death. It is said that in the beginning, it is that thought of death that causes you to enter the practice. In the middle, it remains your support in practice. And in the end, it becomes your path to realize deathlessness. And that is the most important point to understand. Because if you you should not only think that when I am like trying to avert death, but rather think that I am going to die. And if you always have that clear in your mind, then your path of practice will be unmistaken. So that's very important.
고비 점도 양양 코르서 오늘 습지 탐지 상지 있으나 그 고비 점도 가리 코거든. 그래서 좋았으니 이거래. 옛날에 상지 탐지 잡도 치보다 그래지. 오늘 상지 사도서 뭐 다요 말이지. 다지니요 말이지. 습지 탐지 자공저 그래서 다지니는 자공도 마주바로 과자고 그래지. 나 동네에 빼 되겠다. 오늘 자공도 쇼고를 갈고 다 둘이서 이거 원래 빼세다가 코비점소 양양 코비 싸와지 다지는 코고 요래시 다지는 코로나 몇시 동네 발아 연 내가 그 지금마다 하나 그래서 내가 직접 해봐 가리겠지 말이지 다시 다지는 뒤는 유모가 좀 마시네 너들 양 너들 유모가 짱짱 다 좋아지 세상 좋아지 차도 좋아지 들이 좋으면 마시고 또 때려지 했더니 다지 너희 그 짱짱 듣고 요래서
So then it says we drift on with the tide. Amidst waves of misery and darkness, we flow on and on. Seldom in samsara can one find joy. So there's this ocean of samsara that we keep wandering in, circling in. And so now sometimes people ask the question, now if we say that all sentient beings are actually Buddhas, then why do they have to wander in samsara, in this ocean of samsara? So the Buddhas are like the ocean water. And even if there are millions of Buddhas, there is no self, and therefore there is no division between themselves and other. There's no duality. And the minds of sentient beings is like a block of ice, because they grasp at a self-other duality. And being like ice blocks floating on the ocean, they keep going around in circles on that ocean of samsara. So then what can we do to melt this ice block? The ice block needs warmth to melt. So the root of wandering around in circles in samsara and the ocean of samsara is self-grasping. It's self-grasping that goes around in samsara. And so it says, as we flow on, seldom in samsara can one find joy. So we might find some moments of pleasure in samsara, but we for the most part find no joy in samsara. We find no real joy, no real happiness because of self-grasping. And because of that, because we grasp at a self, we do not recognize the faults of our afflictive emotions. And so therefore, what we really want is to be happy, But what we really do contradicts that. What we really create are only afflictive emotions. Because we want to be happy, we are selfish, we get angry, we get jealous, we consider ourselves as most important. And not understanding that these are the faults or preventing us, that is ignorance. And it is because of that that we are creating more and more causes of suffering.
Meshi sebate jumde yang ta ba ma shi le ichi ba jin le yu mo ba de dong ge je ma shi le ta de dong ge sam chi jiang ma yu mo le le chwa le se de sang lo dong shi wei de yang de sang lo dong ge dong ge ka le do di jo ka le di yu mo ba de ka da ko ta ta rang ju ren do di jie ba le sang le li ji yu mo ba de yo shi na de ben meje ke no ba chi bo tang lo tu ta je cho ka je ta ka le si na ta mi de shi dang na ge le si de je dang ma lang cha ge ji ya ma rang ge se ben na me ka le si ta rang ma ji ba lang ya de pa cha do je pa do ba ka le dang a de cho je ge yo le de ka o de shi dang ge ji ba le cha do ge ji ba ta me ji ge ha ko yo le de ma ta ta ka le go ta su 마마는 디치다 다다는 디치에 다다 뉴모츠 레링기 마실래 바 이에 고소지 받을 때 양자 레사 그거지 이 동네 발아 영도 양자 동네 체 동네 때 니서로 손을 강리 지들에서 듣바도 독도 돈에 동아리 접송 독도 돈에 동아리 접송 땅아 소왕에 감지하고 땅에 별 총자고 다 대변 드라마를 제는다 요즘 드라마를 제는데 무슨 대화 좋고요래 뒤에 이 저자가 대낭 많이 벌라게 세고 유모바 시당다 차도 신랑들라서 바티 중에 봐 마실래 두들이 시지는 오 싫어대 제마지 요 말이지 소소가 대바들라게 강 탑탑 강속대 소리 상상모데 땅터나 이렇게 유모바데 로가글레 사바티 초고르데 마시와 되거든이 양절 동을 그 바라 연구요래서 근데 하자고 왔던 사고리 내서 못한 것들이 저도 졸람 것들이 가에 고고를 그나 라니 소드면 나니 동치 섬저 소득 받대 오 네 소득 받대리 오 저들한 그 진실 이거래 진실 가르치 내가 가르치는 지금요 선대 유모보단 제상 많이 사바나버 다다마다 유모보가 소람 마셔 대다고 요래 다다 유모보가도 소나 진짜스마들이 내롱 그 짓은 장들이 유모가 뒤로고 거스나 다다난지 유모보가도 소소나 스마야티 유모가 뒤지게 다시 와리는 그 요래 세상마다 소리데 제차잖아 와도 요래 레절롱 시바들이 사다 유모부지세 소리지 대하고나 대다다다 이 랑님 주도 빠빠나래 동아다다 타운도나 당님 주도 빠빠나래 지바데 생물 유모바데 하고 대자여 하고나 서로 여러 마다바 서로 요때 찌자버서 찌다버거리 열레기다 드럽데 찌양하마 체육은 제왕이 바오나 열레기다 드럽 찌 종극던 저 보듯이 다 우유그매 우미가 자기 말람 라소바티네 이 초동에지 저번 나사다 동에 띠슴 저다 요거요 띠 하고서잖아 띠 랑동에지 저티 하고서잖아 이제는 레임이야 이제는 레사까만 양절 레사까만 레가 고답도 그래 되게 당랑이 뭐 빵터고 요래 담배주지 민가 체시됐잖아 요래 오 주시나 때라 데이터 그런 답이 이제는 코로치고 매가 렐리지는 매가 라고 유모 같은 레기토가 난 돈지 소리 차서 제일 고고 요래 동안들이 탄도는 민주도 빠빵을 내지
So then it says, more miseries come by trying to avoid them through pursuing pleasures one's sins increase. To be free from pain, wrong deeds should be shunned. It is the reason why we continue to wander in the ocean of samsara is because we do not understand this point here. It is because we do not truly believe in karma, and we do not understand that the afflictive emotions in our own mind are the very causes of our suffering. So we don't recognize their fault, and as a result we continue to experience suffering, having engaged in many negative actions driven by those afflictive emotions. So it is important to bring the meaning of this verse here to mind again and again. When you encounter suffering, what is the cause of that? It is created by afflictive emotions. And where are they? That afflictive emotion is present within my own mind. It is important to recognize it within your own mind. So for example, if there is a person whom hurts you, whom hurts your body or steals your wealth or accuses you wrongly, sues you at court and so on, create all kinds of difficulties for you, then you get angry at that person. So here the instruction is do not get angry at that person, but recognize that it is the ripening of your own actions committed in previous lives. And these actions were committed with a mind of anger or jealousy. With that mind, you have, for example, stolen from others, or you have hurt them. And whatever harm you cause towards others will come back to you eventually. So all of this was created, and then you realize all of this was created by my own anger, my own jealousy. So then what should you do? Now, normally you would blame the other person, but now you recognize that actually all my suffering that I have ever experienced was created by that emotion, and the suffering now also is created by that afflictive emotion. So recognizing that, you will not become controlled by it. You will not blame the other person, but you will blame your own afflictive emotion, and you will try to eliminate it. Otherwise, if you keep holding on and you're getting angry at others, then your own affliction will only increase, and correspondingly your own suffering will increase. Now what he says here is that we are trying to avoid suffering, but we are actually creating more suffering. So what we actually want is to be happy, but we don't understand what are the actual causes of happiness. We want to be happy, but we think that we can achieve this happiness by suing someone or making business and so on, pursuing some aim in this life. And that will not bring us that happiness, because as we try to strive after that, we are creating more afflictive emotions, anger and jealousy and greed, and we don't recognize their faults. So if you really trust in karma, you would think that I am going to die, and when I have died, I will have to leave all this behind. So now it is best to be honest in whatever I do and satisfied with whatever I get. And then you will not engage in actions that are motivated by afflictive emotions. You will recognize them as they arise and think that whatever comes my way in this life is already determined by my karma. If you don't understand that, you will create more causes for suffering. And so it is really very important to think about this very carefully and apply it to your day-to-day conduct. And that actually is explained in the 37 Bodhisattva practices in verse number 36, where it says that we should sustain an ongoing state of mindfulness, always checking what is the state of my mind, what am I doing, what arises within my mind. are there afflictions arising in my mind? Is my intention really pure or is it impure? Am I being controlled by negative emotions and so on? So you have to be very mindful at any time of what actually is the state of my mind. And if you are controlled by your afflictive emotions now, then you will also be controlled by them later on after you have died. And after you have died, then you will follow your karmic winds. The winds of the afflictive emotions will take you. So if now you are controlled by your afflictions, if you cannot control them now, then also later you will not be able to control them after you have died. And you will take birth accordingly. So if now in this life you are unable to control your anger, then 100% certainty you will take birth as in the hell realm as a full maturation result. And that is because you are controlled by that afflictive emotion. So it is very important to understand this very, very clearly. So therefore it says, if you wish to be free from pain, wrong deeds should be shunned. So if you wish to be free and liberated from suffering, then you must give up negative actions that come from afflictive emotions. So to do that, you must first of all recognize that your true enemy is not any outer object or person, but it is your own afflictive emotion. The outer object or the person is only a condition. It is said that the cause is your own negative karmas, your misdeeds, your obscurations. And if there's another person who harms you, you have a karmic connection to them from a previous life. So the cause was created by yourself. Then secondly, the condition are the hindrances, the evil spirits and the demons and so on. Like there's humans and there's various demons and gods and spirits and so on, who act as the condition. And then thirdly, the result is illness and suffering and so on, pain. So it is through these three coming together that there's an experience of suffering. And recognizing that, you will not blame the other, but recognize that that is my own karma. And in that way, you will be able to accept it and close the door to accumulating more of such karma. You will be able to avoid the afflictive emotions. So that is actually, this instruction here is actually the greatest pith instruction of all the instructions. And so give up, shun those negative acts. In all your activities, do not get angry at others. And in that way, not getting angry at them, not giving way to your afflictions, you will avoid acting on them. So you will not accumulate negative karma. So everything is really included within this instruction. It is extremely important to understand this point. So that is then the method to become liberated from all pain and suffering.
저걸 라주세나 대해서 리라 말라르베 라주세나 랑 다른 샤나 산에 샤나 다 정상도에 정상을 와서 차고에 저걸 매주 요바 매와데 가디셔를 저저 시그리가 야 우리가 다른 샤손을 같이 야 당한 우리 요바 매서 제야요레데 강에 같이 가는 야미제 두고 요말데 이시 가래 그래 저거 저쪽이 지지 요거래 사직가래 이지 요거래 습기 탑들 핑고선을 노리고 대냐 요나 다 사직가래 지요나 대학 진행하는 사직가 밤이 일 살 지세메 봐 선지디 사직가 밤이 고독 샘을 살 양당도 소화도 습기 탑들 맞다 그랬지 너 소디아치니 조거래 습기를 이제 또 사직에 요때 대학 진행함 만한테 양대양도 다가 샘을 살나 니를 세디와 밤이 람도 살 사직가 밤이 랍탐나 원래 전에가 또 제라지라고 대파에 치료들이 대학생이 계속 모아놨대 요래 다 라시세 다 같이 대사원 나한테 되게 다다다나 가족마저 제서 대말이 다다라나고 막 딱바니 말을 해줘도 대답이 치지랑 걸 이래서들이 아빠를 뒤터봐 내가 지금 말하면서 오야다라고 되나 뒤집어버렸지 애들이 빠졌더니 내가 실제로 맞춰야 요래 오 대찬아 땅아 산이 sem거랑 대식이 뭐래 이제 사지라는 것을 말해 매랑답을 다지지요 말 제가 사지요 밤에 샬 나랑 그 샘들 샘이절이 사지요 말았대 나랑 그 일 피셈요 내가 사지를 그렇잖아 나가서 사지는 이래서 나랑 이치시네 샤트를 좀 전에들이 시키라 내가 착한 줘 봐요 말이 나랑 똑같이 해야 어떤가 샤는 줘 봐요 말까지 샤나 가지 샤는 줘 봐매 바로 이제 뭐지 소고래 다나 마사지베 때 바로 이렇게 쳐보여래서.
Then it says, when death draws near, the wise always practice Dharma. So Milarepa has said that when you practice the Dharma now, we speak about Dharma practice. Now, are you afraid of death? What if death comes today or tomorrow? Would you be afraid? Actually, we should have a sense of fear because we want to die without regret. That is most important. So we should be able to think that if I were to die today, I want to die without any regret. And so how can we do that? And now we are not all able to intensely practice our entire life. But even if you're not able to do that, the basis must be full trust in the three jewels and the words of the Buddha, the teachings. And then also a wish to benefit sentient beings. And if you only trust in that and you trust in the words of the Buddha, then there is no doubt in your mind that you, for example, can take birth in the Pure Land of Garchen. So if that Pure Land and the Buddha Amitabha always appear in your mind continuously, then there is no doubt. So the Buddha Amitabha appears in your mind all the time. Again and again you supplicate to the Buddha Amitabha and think that all sentient beings are my mothers. And in the western direction there is this Pure Land, Garchen. And then also above the crowns of all sentient beings there is a Buddha Amitabha. And you recite the prayer to take birth in Garchen. Recite Amitabha's mantra again and again. And every time you wake up from sleeping, bring to mind Buddha Amitabha instantly and recite a few of his mantras. And so in this way, you develop faith and trust in the Buddha Amitabha, and that you can actually truly take birth in Garchen. That is explained in the prayer of Garchen, actually. And it is that actually is the most easy, the easiest method to attain liberation, to take birth in Garchen. So, however, now you shouldn't think that when I die, I will go there anyway, so now I can misbehave and do whatever I want. So you also need to turn your mind towards the practice and virtue and sentient beings each and every day. Habituate that to whenever you wake up from sleeping, remember the Buddha Amitabha, or remember the Pure Land of Garchen, or recite that prayer to be born there over and over again. And actually, if you only practice this, as a result, you can be born in the Pure Land of Garchen. So then you have a place to go, and you will think that now my mind by nature is Buddha nature. The basis is the Buddha. The Buddha himself had said that. The mind is like a mirror. It is devoid of self and other, and there is no duality. And when the Buddha Amitabha then appears within that mind, then because the basis of your mind is the Buddha, when you give rise to the image of the Buddha Amitabha, then you should be confident that what appears is actually the Buddha Amitabha. So you have a wish to benefit sentient beings, and the Buddha Amitabha appears in your mind. Then in that moment, your own mind is the Buddha, and you can trust in that. You can trust in that what arises is the actual Buddha. And if you habituate to that, then you will die without regrets. We don't know when we will die, but what is very important for us as followers of the Buddha's teachings is that at the least to think that when I die, whenever that is, when I die, I must by all means die without any regrets in my mind. So now we turn to page 13. So on page 13, how to progress for the benefit of the next life. We sentient beings moving in the world float down the flowing stream of the four sufferings. Compared to this, how much more formidable are the unceasing future lives in samsara? Why not then prepare a boat for the crossing? So this life is just like the dream of a single night. Even if we live to 100 years, it is actually only a very brief time. And in future lives, even if we were to take birth now in the three higher realms and find the precious human body, all the future lives are very long compared to this life. And now in this life, we have very little virtue to call upon. So that boat here that helps you to cross the ocean of samsara, that is bodhicitta, the altruistic mind. So it says, the state of our future lives is far more fearful and deserving of far more concern than are the dreadful demons, ghosts, and yamams. So why not prepare for yourself a guide? So the ocean of samsara and future lives is fearsome. That is because for as long as there is self-grasping, you do not have that boat, that ship that helps you cross the ocean. The boat is altruism. In the 37 practices, it says now you have achieved this human body, which is a ship that helps you to cross the ocean of samsara. So this verse here corresponds to that verse in the 37 practices. And you should think, when reading this, you should reflect upon that verse in the 37 practices. So now we have this book printed, and that is really excellent. And you should also use that as a basis for discussions later on. Also, if you have questions, you can write them down on a piece of paper. And now, since there is so much to cover still that we didn't cover yet in that book, we can start the teachings already at 2 p.m. today. So, my Dharma friends, if you would like to come back here before 2 p.m. So now we take a break.
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Thank you all. Just a couple announcements, if you will, before you leave. We found some more of the Milarepa books, so if anybody is looking for them, you can find them at the front desk. And another note is the relevance of what Rinpoche has been teaching about in terms of having a center and being able to have the endowment, to be able to use the endowment that we are receiving from Rinpoche and all the past masters and so on, and that we need to be able to pass this along to our children and their children and so on. One of the things we should consider, that a center like this is really important for when new children come into the world. And we have a place that we can come and receive blessings for our children from the Lama and from the Sangha. And then marriages. We had a wonderful wedding here just a couple, 3 weeks ago. It was beautiful. And to be able to come and have a Buddhist wedding is a really, really nice thing. And Khenpo is getting legally able to perform a legal wedding ceremony, but you can also have a Buddhist ceremony as well in a temple like this. And then especially when we pass away. What do you plan on doing when you pass away? Do you want someone to pray for you? Do you want someone to recite the Book of Natural Liberation for you? When we have a place like this, we know that this can be done and so on. So a place like this, a Dharma center like this, has a real function in our lives, and we need to be able to support that and sustain that. So I'm just giving a few other seeds of thought to be able to help everybody to go to our tables here and see whatever you can do to help us to pay off our mortgage. We have some other projects that we'd like to do in the future that'll be really beneficial to everybody, like a retreat center. So there's many other things, but first we are committed to paying off this loan by May 2020. So whatever little bit you can do, a monthly installment is fine. We can make all kinds of arrangements. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer a few things for you as to what other people are doing, what we're doing, and so on to help. So thank you very much. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
to Garchen Rinpoche from the Nepal. They are Tamang, the Tamang clan in Nepal, ethnic Tibetan Buddhist. A special offering to Garchen Rinpoche.
이제 보라네. 너 사실 그거 아세요? 무슨 또 대가 자월라면 샤라서 하는데 서서도 같이라 주지. 야 처음에 뭐 좋아지라서 섬이도 다녀다 나지나 아마 주제는 더 다리 동치 조선바들가 조선바데 동치 말이 아저 조선바데 오콘로한 지디 바지게나 제 초들에서 마치에 나 통화 저는 삽수출합사 이런 안디나 비슷들에서 많이 못하다 지라서 하는 거 이거 뭐지 저 사람들이 스마트 작세사서 지라서 네 다시 좋아도래 네 문이 리다와도 조시라요 말이디 동시 ጭብጭባ데 동시 ጭብጭ바데 다들 리다반데리 동시 ጭብጭ바데 무슨 것을 다들 조시라요 말이 근데 하장 그렇지 뭐래 또 ጭብጭ바데 거기 리는 안이 아마 바다를 좀 소당 못해 바지 세대에서만 샬람래 다 동스 더 리다반데리 산다고 초고사래 주로도 앞에 바투지지 더 시험을라서 왕암요리 님을라서 남는 것들이 라고 말이 이때 다쳐서 정말 배나지 내 배바투지지 내가 시에도요래
So we were just on page 13, and now when we read through the end of this song here, up until here, it is more like a kind of verses that like beg for questions, and then the actual answers as to how to all realize that is actually given starting on page 14. And so therefore we should actually start now with the teachings on page 14, because that really is actually the answer to all of these previous questions. So it explains what should be done, what should be actually practiced. So it is the instruction to the disciple Bardabom. So it starts with, listen, you fortunate girl, you have wealth and faith, and so on. So then there's this whole instruction which then becomes what we should practice. And so Rinpoche said, I'm very grateful to you, my Dharma friends, for coming here. Actually, the one who gives the teachings also has great merit for giving the teachings, and also you listening to the teachings, that also is a merit. But the merit of offering it is really great. And so therefore I'm very grateful for your coming, and also actually Rinpoche said I really like to teach.
드린디 지만 때처럼 법문에 나니들이 다른 법을 소적적인 마보요를 때 참지게 수부터 수까지 송 서로송 가리지 송 때때는 이 사과때 되는 바치 보요래 등나 소적이 가야면 등 법문들한테 보고 초대들이 여기 남배대 같이 이제 약혼낭이 그 소리 양도 따요 그랬더니 때 늘었지 다 제대사라는 게 개별 피임을 듣고 있는 뭐 하고 왔는데 뭔지까지.
So many people nowadays, they are studying the songs of realization by Milarepa, and also when you read those songs, then you learn of also the historical background on when those teachings were given and to whom they were given and in what context and so on. And when you learn about all of this, then the power of these instructions is even greater. I myself actually have not really studied much, but when I was very young, I received excellent instructions on these songs by my teachers. And I've read these instructions, these songs again and again. And through that, I have really understood the benefits of virtue and the shortcomings of non-virtue. So that's really actually the kindness of these songs.
anche ma potremmo solo sumote poi se deve essere scellamne già si ha su cila san già si ha su ma c'è ne giba e betonia so le tata giba toati le stesse ma già si reso useli tapa
So then on page 14, then the song begins, "Listen, you fortunate girl, you who have wealth and faith, future lives last longer than this life. Do you know how to make provisions? Giving with a stingy heart is as if feeding a strange watchdog, only brings more harm than good. Bringing nothing in return but a vicious bite. Renounce parsimony now that you know it is evil." So it is speaking about the benefits of generosity. And so he's saying that when you practice generosity now in this life, and that is your provision, like your provision for our future lifetimes.
내가 톱을 가지는 톱인 거래. 신라 쪽에서 야 예수는 식직당이요 말이. 이런 들었지. 또 이다가 남이 대다다리 공부집에 이다가 동안 신나는 세대 좋아해. 신라시 됐던 거래서.
So now whatever it is, whatever wealth or enjoyments, resources we find either in this life or in future lifetimes, the Pure Lands and so on, all of that relies on generosity, all those enjoyments and wealth. And then so here it says the enemy of that, of generosity, the enemy of attaining all that is stinginess or greed. And now normally we are stingy because we are only concerned about making our own living and developing, improving ourselves. But only with stinginess and greed, this will not come about. If we are to gain anything at all, then we will gain that through the force of karma. There is nobody who improves and gains things only through stinginess and greed. Actually, greed or stinginess is, its nature is suffering, and therefore it leads to the result of birth as a hungry spirit.
강해를 로피는 다들 주바 디바트 주바 섬들이 요걸 가지나 때도 코르사와 다들 기와를 줬고 요래 최나 산전도 막 드버스라네 손도 발라래 말이 참 취상을 때도 3년지 지했다면더니 참한테 말은 저러래.
So regarding being generous or making offerings, there are different ways of making offerings. We can either make actual material offerings, or we can also offer mentally created, imagined offerings. And especially they are very powerful to make, because when we make mental offerings, then there is no holding back, no stinginess, but still the benefits of making that offering are the same. And so there's different forms of making offerings, of offering one's body. For instance, there is the offering where we visualize according to the Chöd visualization, and in offering the Dharma, we are offering, for example, smoke offerings, burnt offerings for the alive or deceased, or we are making Dharma offerings. We are dedicating our roots of virtue. All of that is an offering or generosity. For example, making an offering of our body, that is the principle, the visualization in the Chöd. And here also the basis is to understand the precious bodhicitta. And understanding that the preciousness of bodhicitta, when you make an offering of your body, actually, any help that you offer to anyone, even in a worldly sense, becomes an offering. Or, for example, if you're serving a Dharma center, or even if you're just working in a normal, ordinary, like a factory, a company. For example, if you go to a factory to work, then you can think that everyone working there, everyone I encounter has been my parent. And then you do your best to do a good job. So the factory, the company improves, develops. And if the company improves, then that naturally also benefits the country and benefits the people of this country. And then more people can get a job from that company. And then you remember the kindness of the company's owners, thinking that, for example, many people find a job through their kindness and so on. So in this way, you develop a rejoicing, a joyful mind, and you will want to give your best as you perform your job. So if you do your best when performing your job, that is generosity. You're offering your physical service. Then you are following all the rules, and that is morality. And then you are practicing patience with the various difficulties that might arise while you do your job, for example, with your colleagues and so on. And in that way, practicing generosity, morality, and patience, even an ordinary samsaric activity can become a virtuous practice. It is said that all dharmas, all depends on your aspiration, the way you look at it. And so the dharma is love and compassion. And if you seal all activities with love and compassion, then naturally whatever you do becomes an act of generosity.
니를 신나다고 인소나 네 소설지 고아대 샤서데 이거 마송고 강리 다 이럴 때도 야 말이지 너를 신나시 와 가지고도 되나 빗자라도 요걸 고치띠 더 최종문들이 때서 종문들을 가오 때서 치는들이 데라들이 고모를 까차를 이리 공짜나 가오를 공치를 치라상들이 이나 뒤 값들이 사강 중강 딱 로송파 동구지 약하고 짜차스라서 동급을 탈지를 파동급을 타고 생각에 용도 요구를 용도 뒤값이 동급을 인지 동급 생각하나 동급을 값들이 동이 되나 우리나 대그 팽거리 약홀라 팽거리 총황 사칸 가는 팽거 빌사칸을 갈아시나 사강들의 결상을 여기까지 뭐 표가 팽고 근데 팽도 사람들이 똥간만 해나 봐 또도 연거리 되게 참아들이 배사 파송하서 점발은 로 뒤를 서서 수연함 타고 그래 잘하다 요는 총강들 팽이리 고 딱고 가서 성제 이제 되고 선남매와 새로 가와 되더니 선남매와 작아도 대회랑 걸 도포탑이라 제 마누라 잘아 저라 마누라가 노래들이 양 총강을 팽이도 사람들이 요나 선나요 말들이 요래 된다고 우리 세구나 들리들이 초학되라고 요래 초학대 중으로 선나 지고 동네들이 때 마우소서나 잘아 저거 년나양들이 되라 배샤마고 거성 사태라고 때 동네들이 다 세상가랑 얘기들이 레오나들이 다 세상 철철도 요래 제가 생각해 야기로 좀 이렇게 다 좋잖아. 이제 요거는 로송 당세정의 제바이 필요하고 선 받는 로송을 때나 이제 참아지 제발은 로사해야지.
So we've said that the enemy to that is stinginess. And so now this is how I understand that, and it's just my own personal understanding, and I haven't heard anyone else say that. But so when the essence of stinginess is that we don't want to give, we are holding back, so we are stingy. For example, if you're buying a thing, then when that thing is a little bit cheaper, then you're very happy. And if another thing is a little bit more expensive, you're making a difference and you're calling that more expensive, even if it's just $1 or even just one cent. You're still going to go for the cheaper object because you're holding back and you want to save as much as possible. And then that happens anywhere, whenever you have to spend any money or pay for anything. For example, you go to a restaurant or stay in a hotel or you pay your taxes. There's all those things that we have to pay for anyways, that we buy things and we have to pay for things, and we don't have a choice. But still, even though we have to do it anyways, we are reluctant, we are holding back. And so actually that giving can also become a way of practicing generosity. You can think, for example, if you're eating in a restaurant, you can think that now when I pay here, then that will benefit the restaurant, and then all the people working here will also be benefited. And if you have that attitude, then you will even want to give just $1, for example. And in that way, everything that you pay for and give becomes a practice of generosity, and therefore an accumulation of merit. Or for example, if you go to a shop to buy something, then you can think that may this benefit the shop. When I pay for something here, the shop will develop. And there's many things that we have to pay for anyways. So therefore it is best to pay for it without any stinginess. Also, you can tell the same things to your friends. So in general, it is better not to buy a lot of things in any ways, but if you have to buy something, then you should think that this will be for the benefit of that shop. And then it becomes a practice of generosity. So when there's this feeling of I don't want to give, that stingy feeling by nature is suffering. So you don't want to give away. And when you have to pay for something that you have to pay for anyways, then you have this feeling of I've lost all this money. Even if it is a nice object that you want to buy, like an expensive thing that you want to have, but still there is some suffering that comes along with that because you feel that I have lost all this money now. So you're holding back, you're stingy, and the nature of that is suffering. And also, stinginess will only increase more and more. And we have already concluded that only through striving with stinginess, things will not develop or improve in our life. So therefore, better to think that whenever you have to spend something anyways, to think that this is my generosity. And when you think in this way, then it will actually become generosity.
Again, my father, but said there is some my father, roommate of the class, roommate of the machine. We're starting to go young, so. Part of the same Gomja, Sato was a mainstream, your long term with Weba. The young Japanese, I would give a suction of Jokshin. You don't sing Kong and Dollars Diddy. She later slap tongue shop. Send the sour that I'm also not she sat on myself. Sour, oh, not she saw what she was what you call it, and long dog in my bomba. So sort of a shop. Oh, this shop running water, dollar shop running water, the issue you're over your. You see that, oh, shop calling around the imminent. Rangi don't buy a bit now, cut out imminent. She gave shibata the Jessamine dogs on half one of the server rangi. Did say me by your get not to catch a tanti, you have the server rangi, the gong with your. This server rangi, the me become the treaty, the Parisian and non do such as it's all your Usawat. Little Willie Gomyams around the South go to Yan and Ramada. These are not like them and the time, Simgravi. Now on Chaya or this of something, Tansa, Bochat, just of saying that the center of that, the Scottish have come lost of my Chaya, and Chaya or send me on like the Tata, the Wushariki, what the Tata Musha, Yami Chena, there is a Napo Kasha Hako, there is the Napo. You know what I'm saying? Round top to require round top. See, the head of the chat didn't see him, but I'm going to about Hako. That is such a they men, there is a Satan, the Marana, said the party now, the Manachi, Japan Banapos, the Manana, so the parties in the leg, the one who your money. The Mana Chadi or the Vetis of your. Most of the Gomjan majority, party Manachi, Boshi, party, some democracy, the Sharanguri, the Sanguri, the window that a support to be shop there, the mining part, mine was shops of they're sent around the Usa. The Usa was the military, but that thought you got to some come around the doctrine gonna took a tongue. They said you go about our drama at the Sanang was some Toyota already. They thought that the Matongo partner, they are top. I get hungry there. Dahdi the pass saying, Jipping a lot, Jipping a lot, Jipping or get the Tony in the street on your Napo, Patong from Sana. That you need the Tonso Tarty, 7 minutes of Chang, you now to get the matter of Chang, you can search about daily dollars that are long to be shot. This so what you came up, man, what there is something you put some one job in there. If there's something just a matter, 3 days outside the door, National get there or National just took your days of your head.
And then it says, listen, you fortunate girl. We know less of this life than the next one. Have you prepared and lit your lamp? Should it not be ready, meditate on the great light. So that is the instruction now to meditate. And to understand the nature of the mind, there have emerged many different approaches. For example, that of the Mahamudra, of Dzogchen, and the middle way, the Madhyamaka. The middle way tradition, for example, explains the nature of the mind in terms of logical reasoning and the scriptural authorities. And Mahamudra and Dzogchen follow the lineage of practice, of personal experience. And so in all those systems, what is explained are the practices of shamatha, or calm abiding, and vipassana, and special insight. And so vipassana, or this insight, is the clear insight into the nature of the mind. It is a clear consciousness. It is to be aware of whatever arises within the mind, whatever thought and emotion arises. And when awareness is clear, then you will be clear as to what to do and what not to do. So that is called the discriminating awareness, or wisdom. And when you realize the essence of this awareness, then it becomes primordial wisdom. Because when you look inwardly into the nature of your own awareness, you realize that there is no duality, because its nature is empty, just like the sky. And this clear awareness that is empty like the sky is never born, and it never dies. And there is an ongoing quality of clarity that continuously remains naturally. And that clarity sees, recognizes whatever thoughts and so on arise within the mind. And it is this clarity of mind that must be habituated. When you lose this clarity, when the mind is unclear, then you will make all kinds of mistakes in worldly or dharma activities. So the aspect of clarity is most important, and that is what we call here luminosity, or here it's the great light. So in the practices of Mahamudra and Dzogchen, we meditate, and as a result of resting within this clear state of mind, all kinds of visions and appearances may become manifest to us. All kinds of things can appear within the mind. And what appears is the clarity radiating from the mind itself. And now when we have habituated to a mind of love and compassion, then it is that imprint that also becomes manifest. So then various deities and lights and so on can be perceived. So anything then can appear. The nature of the mind is just like a mirror, and its nature is some clarity. Anything can arise within it. And so when you practice and meditate, whatever thought arises, it is this clear awareness that recognizes that. And through recognizing all the thoughts and afflictive emotions that arise within the mind, this awareness liberates them. Through this awareness, they dissolve. And this is how eventually awareness attains autonomy or freedom. And then, for example, you will also begin to recognize your dream state. That is all this aspect of clarity. And now if you do not have this aspect of clarity, this is what he's talking about here in this verse, this lamp, have you prepared and lit this lamp? Because if not, then you will find yourself in darkness. After you have died and go on to the bardo, then there is an experience of darkness, of dreadful, frightening darkness. And there's nothing at that time, the bardo being, the consciousness, doesn't realize that it is the doing of their own affliction, their own ignorance. They just find themselves in this experience of enveloped in complete darkness. So therefore, this is what happens if you do not meditate and cultivate this aspect of clarity, then you find yourself in this darkness, and the nature of this darkness is the ignorance in your mind that then becomes manifest in this way. And so therefore, it is most important to sustain mindfulness and a state of non-distraction, a clear awareness. And that is what is referred to here as this great light. So when you put that into practice, you meditate and you sustain mindfulness, And then all thoughts will come to an end. All thinking stops. And you just rest in the natural state of the mind. And then from that, for example, in the Dzogchen teachings, there are various instructions given of visionary appearances that might appear, like golden light chains and so forth, and light and all kinds of things may appear. And so until then, clarity must be habituated, that is mindfulness. And so it manifests then as self-grasping. This concept of a self dissolves. So you cultivate actually an altruistic mind, and then the essence of that compassion that arises is realized as empty of self-nature. And all thinking, all thoughts have become empty. All dualistic grasping at self and other has dissolved. And what remains is the clear natural state of the mind that is completely unobscured by all thoughts. And it is that clear awareness that is the wisdom that knows what to do and what not to do unmistakably. And so to develop this, to achieve this wisdom, for now we must only habituate to love and compassion and never separate from this mind. And in this way, you, as you're dissolving self-grasping, you're getting closer to seeing this clear nature of the mind. And so this is how we then finally, how the dualistic consciousness finally becomes or is transformed into the primordial wisdom.
Dream에서 dream의 맹제 배당 돈도 기치보요래 dream의 배 가래리 따뜻하다 봐도 남들 dream에다 올라오고 dream에다 오다 너나 오사와 될 dream에다 그요래 따뜻한 무슨 양설이 백감이 별에 시바사원도 말아먹가도 시바사오고 속치보는 너 말아먹지 하고 토고요래 말아 하고 토지 집값들이 박차면들이 로버트들이 박차르메베 동해들이 탓하고요. 같이 탑점 되는 거예요. 오 말하면 바하 고난들이 이 마세버려 동해들이 용증남지 이 나이 세토가 되라고 하는 거예요. 대사는 양용나들이 양당양들이 다다 대 많이 받아오는 걸 양미그 값서 강에 빼는 다시 유모가 탄치는 속죄지 세상 녹차에 야, 세상 최고지고 값에 다 세상 최고건데 세상에 신의 신분이 주시되게 냠들 세상 쾅 냠들 살아 정되나 내 세상이 저 조금이 뭐 하고 세상 들어가는 거야 잡잖아 들이 세상이 파 초안 매발 차니 새 화장 싸우더니 베르테 데 값대로 차나 베나 세상 말하는 유모가 맞지 나와찍 로찍 나와찍 곰데라 갑자기 세상 깨찍 맞게 곰네 로찍 곰인데 발레고요 배 하자 싸워도 세상에서 개목했다 봐 대로 절고 다음에 도지 룸이 참아 책도 그래 이 시기 매대 플라타리 저 매일 배바가래 유모 초와대 책도 초와가래나 이몽 쪽고 초와대 초와대 매바로를 세우는 하시더라 룸이 초와 탈할 줄도 그리고 못 가래라 책을 배 제일자들이 양매 개바가로들이 서서 시합들 가르쳐도 시합들이 바깥에다 유모 동독 들어 좀지 이거 자식들 대해서 별로 세르티나 어떤에 들이시들이 저 소수 냠스뇨나 남자가들 용어들이 이시게 그래 룸에데 오사와다 책 이 초와들이 책도 받아 이 이거 내가 박차 책도 요래 내 박차되는 다 요말에 다음에 바로 코와토가 다 와데 다기님이 하공을 다기님이 차항을 내가 이시 남시 실은 게 없다면 이때도 같이 모여 룸에 가서 들어 삼들 룸에 들 돈을 도시 빼만 보여래 라바게 비신에서 비양량한테 냥되네 룸에 들어라 말이야 대도 그래서 하자니 남미팅 사포체 거래는데
So this term here, the lamp, this great light, that is a very important term. It is like an illustration, an example of that means something. So the example is that of a lamp or a light, a clear light. And so now when we engage in practice, that refers to a clear awareness. And when awareness is very clear, then often it is sustained also in the dream state, and you recognize that you are dreaming. And then when you recognize that, then all the other imprints in the mind will not arise, and you can free yourself of suffering. And also sometimes it is the case that some people have said that they are having a bad dream and they actually do recognize the dream, but still they cannot make themselves wake up from the dream. They know that they're in a dream, but they can't really do anything about it, and they have to continue to experience the fear and the suffering of that dream until they wake up naturally. That is not the kind of a mindfulness we refer to here. So now in the daytime practice, when we sustain mindfulness, it is this awareness that recognizes the afflictive emotions, which basically all are either those of anger or desire. For example, when strong anger arises, then together with that, there is an awareness that recognizes the anger. And as you recognize the anger, continue to sustain this clarity. And this clarity knows the fault of the anger. And then you continue to meditate as the anger arises until the anger has dissolved, leaving not even a feeling behind. And then what remains is a very clear state of mind. And the anger has completely dissolved. Actually, it is said that if you're able to eliminate a moment of anger in this way, with this great clarity, that is actually of greater power than to meditate in a peaceful environment where no anger arises for a month or actually even for a year. It has the same kind of power to let go of the anger just in that moment. And through the power of releasing the anger, the mind remains so clear, you might even start laughing out loud. So it is that lamp here, which is like a flame, that has the ability to burn away everything. It is also the flame, the fire of wisdom. For example, many deities are surrounded by wisdom flames. So this wisdom flame has the power to burn away the feelings that arise when the 6 afflictive emotions arise. And the 6 afflictive emotions then are destroyed, like being burned to fine ash. And you just remain within the natural state of the mind. And so now when you put that into practice, you should look at your own mind and see very clearly how strong is my own awareness. Am I able to let go of the afflictive emotions when they arise? Am I recognizing them? So you have to really train your mind in this way. And then also that experience of meditation must be applied in your day-to-day activities. So it is important to gain an actual personal experience, because through the personal experience of that, a real trust in the practice will arise. So this lamp, it is the luminosity, the clear light. It also is the fire that burns away all the feelings that come from those afflictive emotions, and it burns away all of the imprints and karmas. And it burns away the concept that is grasping at a self, that we have grasped at since beginningless time in samsara, when in reality there is no such a self. So through this clarity, therefore, you realize the non-duality of self and others. And this is how the dualistic consciousness transforms into primordial wisdom. And so there are many different examples given by other lamas too about the meaning of this clear light or this flame, the lamp. And you should also ask them questions in the future again and again. And especially it is important to put this into practice to gain an actual experience. Really look at your own mind. Is there really such a luminosity, a lamp, or like a light, or not? So it is something that you have to practice with great depth. So you have to really deeply engage in this practice. In the Kagyum Vajrayana secret mantra system, it is said, if you know the nature of the afflictive emotions, then all suffering becomes an ocean of nectar. Then you can say afflictive emotions are delicious. That is when you have transformed poison into medicine. So someone who has experienced that can say that, and someone who doesn't actually experience that, they might still wonder what that really means. And then it says, if you choose to help an ungrateful foe, you will gain not a friend but damage. Beware of acting blindly. Beware of this evil and discard it. This foe, which is actually the foe of ignorance. For most of us, for example, we like to sleep in the morning, or if somebody asks you, "Have you slept well?" and you respond yes, then you find that this is how it should be. So you find that this is a good thing, and you are pleased about it, that you had a good sleep. But that happiness that arises when that you call the sleep, actually why is that an experience of bliss or happiness? It is that there is three circumstances when we actually arrive at the natural state of the mind, at the basis. And these three are when we sleep, or when we engage in sexual intercourse, or when we die and the consciousness transfers. At that time, we come to the actual nature of the mind, the Buddha nature in its natural state. And that is the bliss that you experience. But we don't usually recognize that. We are not aware that this is the bliss we experience, because we are unmindful. But if you practice, you will learn to see that, to recognize the blissful feeling, the source of that blissful feeling. So, for example, of falling asleep and so on. But not recognizing that, we just spend our time sleeping really well at night, and during the day, then we give rise to all kinds of afflictive emotions, and we hold on to them, justifying them. For example, we call other people our enemy. He's my enemy, and he's my friend. And then we keep thinking about that, and we keep habituating to the afflictive emotions and those feelings. We hold on to them. And as we hold on to all of these afflictions, we are filling up our mind with garbage until it becomes completely full. It is just like we are pouring more and more dirt into the water. Then in the end, it turns into toilet water, for example. And so the end result of that is that your mind has lost all its strength, all its power. And in the end, that leads to only suffering. The water has become like a mud. There's too much dirt, so now it has become all muddy. And that is the ignorance, the enemy of ignorance. Ignorance does not recognize the afflictive emotions. And therefore, all of these activities are actually activities of ignorance. Ignorance cannot discern between fault and a good quality.
님 아기려와 받아서 제스메 체인데서만 주바치 기마차서 줄어서 기마차서 맞다 사치임베 세장사서 따다다 인정당 세상을 쳐보여래 정말 가이게서도 라는 유모가 뒤라올라데 또 찾기를 세나 시랑기를 차도 또 먹기는 아직 됐으면 되는 유목 쪽으로 라고 그들이 별라 띄우도 bara 샤는 사포도 시다도 차도 특히 또 메시랑기 처음 잘 차죠 오라고 받아 주었으면 네 가르치 상 들이 고소 잘은 창조래 대도 유목이라는 라오데 뒤라오래 다 그냥 쳐보려고요 직접 매나 다 집안에 다디 그런 거 나봤더니 뭐 도장 총총도 퍼나 이 퍼나 소소를 대고 도장 퍼나 왜 나서 이체로 강마사를 얘나 봐도를 루디 얼마지 박차대 걸어래 맹제도 봉보 루메나 루디 초치 들이 치와래 저런들이 치와랍대요래 다들 레르서 사와래 데라고 다다랑 때저 개별적으로 되는 걸 토록에 때서 수고요래 서마들이 독그래나 서마지막 사들이 대나기들 랩 사와래 베라 다다 사주점에 고정되는 번호서 말이야 동네 하도 사타가 되는 데다고 요거요래 그래서 이렇게마들 사주치고 사가리 야 또 람나들이 거요 사지바지 따와가리 또 사축sem래 또 올라지 공고나 사가리 공고나 사지 센터 사이시베 센터 소지 sem지바지 때문에 로저 거봐 로르베 쪽으로 찍지 그바지 바래 오 사sab지를 가리에 삼지요래 삼바 휴지들 가서로 그래 다한테요래 제라리 소비만 정말 다디 동네 지금 서서 다니는 게 동네를 너무 쳐보더라 마치를 싸와 살았다고 야치를 매도 가베야가 타오랬잖아 사지 공내 토마 습지도 되어서 대상 고마다 또 셈터 근데 누구 보셔줘 되게 살 거야 다 방매로 사기면서 뛰고 그래 오 뒤에다버들 사바다 진짜들 와서 거기 뛰었나 갑들이 한번 사고요 바로 롱거를 사기에 타고요. 대문에 따다 하고서 바로 축구를 사기에 타고요. 대저들이 사대 주시와도 삼바된 인제리 데르들이 예답에서 하고 받아 들이 돈다면 대망고 받대서를 접고를
Then it says, listen, you fortunate girl, future lives are worse than this life. Have you a guide or escort for your journey? If you have not the right companion, rely on the Holy Dharma. So the fear of future lives, do you not fear your future lives? So everyone fears that. There's no one who doesn't fear that. And that fear actually, who actually has created that? Those frightening, fearful appearances are the projection of one's own afflictive emotions. From attachment leads to stinginess. Hatred or anger leads to jealousy. Ignorance leads to pride, and so on. So whatever appears to one then is the natural projection of the 6 afflictive emotions, and especially the frightening perceptions that come from anger and jealousy that appear before one. And how that manifests in this distorted way we can already see now. For example, if someone has a mind that is very angry all the time, they will see anyone around them as like an enemy, even their own family, even their children, husband and wife. And they may always be suspicious, what are they really doing? And anyone they will see as an enemy. And due to that afflictive emotion, it will project as a perception of fear, of threat, even if there is nothing actually there that is threatening. But it appears to them in this way because of self-grasping, because their concept of an I, a self, is very pronounced. And then, for example, when the self-grasping is very strong, we are alarmed whenever anything threatens that. For example, even when you're sleeping at night and then you're hearing the mosquitoes flying around, immediately you wake up and you hear the mosquito, and the thought arises instantly, they're going to bite me. But then later, when you come to the bardo, then you don't have that body any longer. But you're still bringing with you the habitual imprints. Then you still have the 4 named aggregates. You just don't have the physical body any longer. And even though you don't have the physical body, the sensations that arise at that time are even more intensified than now in this life, actually. Now in this life, you have already created this body with your past karmas, and also as a result of some virtuous karma, you have obtained a precious human body. And within that body, it is it is easier to tolerate those harsh sensations. But later, when you have lost this body and you are a bardo consciousness, the sensations will be much more immediate, much more direct, and therefore also much more intense in their experience. And this is also explained in the Bodhicharya Vatara, that at that time the suffering is extremely powerful or heated up. So the instruction here is rely on the Holy Dharma. Or literally it says like the Dharma of the gods. And so what that God is the deity, and the root of the deity is bodhicitta. Whatever deity you practice, it is a wisdom being, and the mind of that deity and your own mind have a single basis. It is just like 2 electrical cords like that leads to 2 different light bulbs. It is still the same light, the same nature of light. And likewise, your mind and the deity's mind have the same nature. And then the deity's mind is filled with love and compassion. And we, on the other hand, are filled with self-grasping. In the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it says all suffering comes from wishing for one's own happiness. For example, like a big tree, it is one tree, but it has a lower part, the root, and an upper part, the flowers and the flower buds and so on. So when we practice the deity, first we develop a wish to benefit sentient beings. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. And then based on that, we visualize the deity. And actually that is how, with that mind, we have already found the mind of the deity. And then with that mind, we visualize the form of the deity, which purifies the physical imprints. For example, you bring to mind the Buddha Amitabha or the Medicine Buddha or whichever other deity. So the deity arises from bodhicitta. And if you habituate to that now in this life, then also later, after you have died in the bardo, when you then remember the deity, you can attain enlightenment in the nature of the Sambhogakaya in the second bardo. Or ideally, actually, if you have realized the view, you can even attain enlightenment in the first bardo into the nature of the Dharmakaya. So the Dharma you should rely on is the Dharma of love and compassion. And then based on that, you practice, for example, the Yidam deity. And as a result of that, when that is accomplished, you will realize the ultimate truth.
네, 다 사추지. 사지다 제름을 거하게 네게 되는 가라니 나다. 그래 로마니 받으러 하고 그래. 다 집중해서 특제 저를 배치 그래. 들다가 맨디 틀리다고 살았더니 롱롱이지 갈때 틀리다고 살 로망을 차서 이제 틀리다고 사는 거지. 어느 다 뒤에서 먹을 송을 라면 나사 가능해요나 나사지 삽들들이 사이 담고 어서 도송을 해. 데리티 다 틀리다 보니까 당가 맥롱줄이 지대 번지랑지 그래. 제들 다 맥라로 살해. 제일 틀리다 보까지 상하지에다가 로마치들이 틀리다 보니 총도 다 사도 총려서 이 지마지우를 액황충충 짜서 충충 갑자기 뛰는 로마 충충이란 게 대바로 로마 그 바충충 용도를 샤가 따뜻한 가도 틀리다고 서는 될 샘팜시랑 다샘제도 다샘제도 똑똑똑도 요래 다샘제도 쳇로 요래 다들 가타들이 들리대 정말 대단한 롱마서 무슨들이 대다가 그 파도리 태성고요 말이 그냥 냠냠으로 그래.
So to visualize the deity, that is the generation stage. And so now to share a personal experience of that maybe some of my senior disciples have heard about. Tara, for example, has saved my life 8 times already in this life. And that is why I have a very firm trust in Tara, the deity. And so now as I'm getting old, I've had the experience of losing my eyesight, and what happened here was that I started to see like black dots, and that actually I was told is a sign of blindness, the eventual blindness. And so for some time, for some years, these black dots began to appear and increase in size. And then I remember this instruction by Lord Chigden Sumgön. He had said that wherever you have an illness, at that place, instead of the illness, you should visualize a Yidam deity. So what appeared now as the illness was this black dot. And first there was fear and thoughts of I'm going to be blind, I'm going to lose my eyesight. And then hearing this instruction, whenever these black dots appeared, I would visualize Tara inside those dots. And as I kept doing that, the black dots became smaller and smaller and smaller. And eventually they were just like little needles hole, very small. And even within that, I visualized a very small Tara, just like a mustard seed size. And in that way, actually, it makes me feel very happy because I like Tara, and when Tara appears, it makes me feel happy. On the other hand, when just a black dot appears, it makes me feel depressed, and also gives rise to like fear and agitation, aversion. And then it only gets worse and worse. The dots get bigger, and aversion increases. But if I like what I see, as I'm seeing Tara, then actually the illness is getting better, and I'm not actually turning blind. So that is a real, actual, personal experience, and since that is an actual experience, I have no doubt about it in the bardo. So that is just to share a personal experience.
일어나서 니 탐주 자오를 삼니가 말이야. 니들 제가 토고요. 오, 제베싱을 라원 좋아서 되고 강나 레가 왕 혼자 레가 왕 같으리 랑게 에다가 담을 지오는들이 다다 이 달라져 다행히 바리바 차용을 너는 참아 줘버리서 오다니 드라이서에 대선 양들 당선 제거래 니 드치바들이 랑게 다 삼제 토사 이제들이 파마니 좀데 저도 나서 봐서지 니들 자오래 상에 말이 들 차당 똑같지나 들이 차도지 니들 차는 일 당선지나 네 되게도 왔다는 거래 pero 라마이나 라마들 비 가올 올 라마들 막아지면 들 잘때 저거래 저렇게 난이만 하고 그렇게 대변 그래 리미트 그렇다 리미트 추루는 리미트 이제 사마라는 게 있어 파마마지 받쳤다면서 때려서 약고요래 내가 저거 고단 게 니들 더 가르치거든 늘 차는 신이 니들 좀 버티나 바도는 납시대 변을 게 바탕 총하나 차서는 루지스 버지와는 거 랑상 드리는 게 서로 동로요래 그거보다 정말 차지가 말이 계속 요래 단계를 삼주 적어서 삼는 말이지.
Then next it says, beware of relatives and kinsmen. They hinder and oppose the Dharma. They never help, but only harm one. Did you know that your kinsmen are your foes? If this be true, surely you should leave them. That the essence of this is that actually enemies and friends are uncertain. For example, a friend can turn into your enemy, an enemy can turn into your friend. However, you should not think that your friends could also be your enemies, that they are your enemies. Your friends, your dear ones, should be your field or your reference point for developing love. And those who you call enemies, you should think of them as changeable by nature. They're actually not your enemies. And they are your enemies because in previous lives you have done something to them that makes them appear as an enemy right now. So due to the force of karma, they appear as an enemy. But enemies and friends are uncertain. So, and in brief, you should see everyone as your friend. Because the moment you think that this person is probably an enemy, an aversion against them arises and love is destroyed. So rather you should think that whoever they are, they have been my parents, or they are my Vajra siblings, they are my loving friends, and so on. There's no enemy at all. No one is my enemy. So what is meant here with what causes harm, only harm you, is actually your own attachment and aversion. Your attachment to your dear ones and aversion against all the other. That is what causes harm. For example, also in the Dharma, you might have a biased view and like one Lama but not like another Lama and see them like an enemy. It happens between religions or lineages. For example, you think I'm Nyingma and he is Gelugpa. And if you hold these views, you're really actually mistaken. We must hold an unbiased view between religions or lineages and see them all as friends, see them all as parents. That is the mind state that you should always sustain. And the actual enemy that we're talking about here that's causing harm, that needs to be left, is the attachment and aversion. So therefore you should see whoever you encounter as your dear one, like your friend. Because, for example, if you're attached to your friends, or like your family, your husband and wife, your children, then you die. And it is said that through this attachment, the Bardo consciousness then instantly takes birth as like a life form, like a creature, like an animal, and so on, in the body of those beings that one is attached to. And then after that, one falls into the 3 lower realms. So there are many stories that actually testify for that. So that is how we should understand it. We should see everyone as equal, and we should not see our dear ones as our enemies, but everyone as our friend.
세서에 데베스 말람타는 되고 다디 제대다 로 지아텀 로르보리 상거리 말이 사인 파이션이 같은 파도 많이 갈래 쇼리 때는 파이션이 사인 파도려면 샤지가 나와마도 요 말이 그 세서만 이들이 다다다 걸다 답변이가 로또라만 또라가 나와 로다다 두미라티 이분은 보더니 우리 송송 와자요래 디레디리 타다 물은 보체도 토복 갑서들이 따오가래 쭈르 제거래 쭈르 가르치고래 다 신지 취직이 사와 가르치는 땅이 쭈르지 취직이 없으니까 참는 독서는 갖고요래 달리가 왔다 대마다 제랑 게 문제를 찾았지 진이들이 참는 독서들이 양면시 두고요래 다다가사가들이 loksom 참는 대대 잡았지 하여스남 제보를 해가 와서 대발이 민정들이 자차가 급들이 내서고 얼마냐 리시 고갑이 얼마리 들이다다디 먹어봤지 낭니 들이다다 독신에서는 먹어봤지 요래 먹어봤지 룩이 추바삼제지는 같고요 말 먹어봤 너를 샘도 먹어봤 차대로 류콤나 배소만 샘도 콩거래 샘도 콩을 가는 샘도 진시 봐요 제네 샘도 삼제사로 대콩거래 샘도 삼제사로 봐요 콜로래 대외류가 예수고 사 삼제들이 나라니 소리면 나서 정신 속에 소독과 당황을 대외 치와요 말이 강을 놀나 강도 졸람 제시 저랑 그 샘도 내 깜짝하시 사지 종리되게 다음이 취도 사지 때마다 샘 싸움아줘야 되지 직장이요 말다 한번 했잖아 샘도 싸움아줘 샘도 사지를 다 됐어 책이야 싸움아줘를 가셔서 조셔야죠 다랑지들로 파욕 다 생기는 피고서는 그냥 타고 싸움도 다 됐잖아 미대를 루마에서 사와 가르치다 자자 다 사지소는 다리요 싸움아줘 다 죽어래 다디 저 다지 저 론디 네 싸움아 맞으나 지제다 봐 탐체들이 다 세간밖에 와서 세간 기와들이 그들 주마를 차요래 사만 현재들 주말에 옛날에 다지 저 론도 통했더니 르게 다란 게 제대 좋아 더블 같이 오늘 샘득선질 피고 선질 로데 이제 저쪽으로 맞잖아 되게 시작다 갑자기 놓고서 로컬 계속 시당 계속 차도 계속 유머를 모시는 서서도 시작해 대신 드린디 로치는 병은 지나는 송유에 남도랑 차도는 고바빵 먹었지 가도 기안별 고바띠 먹었어 그래 우리 대답을 제시는 코비 내 장들이 위반 차리요. 나도 리마실 위니를处理되면 샘 납도다 녀모와도 쇼쇼마. 만민 말록마도 리참을 때마다 샘때 잡아서서 또 샘장마시 됐어 탑케 거리. 내가 잡마치 찍마도 요말이 다 사바다 인지 잡마서 그랬지. 내가 파서야 당진게 다지로 내는데 요와 토요래지. 다티 또나 타서고나 세 동시거래 루르제때 밤에 별로 가고 봐 탐체에 다 레로가 와서 소송해서 그런 문제로 가고 기와도 바꿔면 들리다가 오 당한 마음을 기와도 좀 서비스를 해 다다다다다라는들이 깜짝 놀라서 거기다 이로 배살로 다 남이지 꼬마 강수는 선지답들 돈을 꼴가지고 사지 강대에 사망을 꼬아이 풍보수가 도로 도로 대상은 실내에서 항상 삼노땅 지시나를 삼노땅 가라사는 고조선 이렇게 가라사 이 공로천이 세디오 오만 비명 지네들이 뒤라고 지나 좀 주시면 봐요 거요래 같이 와요래 내 말에 로도 꼬바를 싶었다 자본 성코를 싶었다 말아서도 싶었다 대타가 somebody 그리고서 좀 실을 좀 탑착해요 말해서 대타는 이제 거래서 좀 주시바테 좀 주시바는 돈 봐요 봐 사실 좀 강직 동이 시대 봐요 이제 봐도 우리들이 참았게 말하라고 그랬어.
The next, which one did we read? So the next it says, listen, you fortunate girl, the journey in the future life is more hazardous than this one. Have you prepared a fine horse of perseverance for it? If not, you should strive hard and work with diligence. To work with diligence. Now as you mentioned before, even if we live to a lifespan of 100 years, we think that this is a long life, but that actually is not true. As we mentioned before, after we have died, so when the bardo consciousness in the bardo enters the womb of the mother, from that moment on until the day you die, this entire life is just like the dream you've had last night from the perspective of the bardo after you have died. And then the future lives that are to come are much longer than last night's dream of this life. And it is very difficult to again find a precious human body with the freedoms and fortunes. Now we have had this perception of having a precious human body for some time, but then later on there will be the perception of not again finding it for many thousands of years. And for all this time you will wander around in the 3 lower realms of samsara. So now at a time where we have found and still have a precious human body, that is a time where we need to practice with diligence. And so what does that really mean? Actually, we can apply that to whatever we do, whether it's a dharma activity or a worldly activity. For example, there is some who have the opportunity to go into retreat and really practice very single-pointedly there. But then not everyone has that opportunity. One really actually needs a lot of karmic fortune to have that opportunity. One must have the karmic fortune of one's own karma in the past and many temporary conditions coming together to have the opportunity to practice in retreat. For example, nowadays we are holding 3-year retreats everywhere, and actually it requires an incredible amount of merit, fortune to participate in one of those retreats. But then even if you do not have the opportunity to do that, there still is a way to practice. So actually, for the most part, if we think about it in terms of percentage, maybe 90% out of 100, 90% of the time, we don't really have the opportunity to practice. So we speak about the 8 unfree states. And in Dzogchen, actually, it speaks of even more. There are 16 unfree states that a Dharma practitioner must be free in order to practice. But now, actually, it is difficult for any practitioner to have all of these 16 unfree states complete. But then what is really most important is actually the freedom of the mind. If only the body is in a state of freedom, it is of not much benefit. The mind must be in a state of freedom. And that is achieved when you develop mindfulness, love, and compassion. As it is said in the 37 practices, in verse number 36, in whatever you do with body, speech, and mind, you should look, what is the state of my mind? What am I actually doing? Actually, this instruction in verse number 36, there is probably no greater instruction than that verse. To look at your mind in whatever you do. And the Buddha also explained the teachings very short, in 4 words only, and so in Tibetan. And so the essence of that is, he said, what is the Dharma? The Dharma is nothing else but to purify your own mind, and that is all there is to it. The Buddha already had resolved that for us. So all that need to be done is to purify the mind, and that means to let go of the self and to have a wish to benefit others. And if you have just that, it is actually sufficient. And then whatever you do with body, speech, and mind will be in accordance with the Buddha's teachings. You're purifying your mind, and what needs to be purified is only this self. And if you do not purify that, if you do not purify that self-grasping, even if you practice the Dharma, you still do it with a selfish mind. And then that will make your virtue only half virtue, and the other half will be non-virtues. So it is not completely pure love and compassion, because it is motivated by a selfish mind. And so how we should practice is that in our day-to-day lives, we must make a living, so we must go to work with our bodies, we must do our job. But with the mind, you should have a wish to benefit sentient beings. Throughout the 6 times of day and night, never separate from that. And if you never separate from that, then you are sustaining awareness. And that awareness will recognize each and every afflictive emotion. So recognize when the anger arises or when jealousy arises, each afflictive emotion, that is the discriminating wisdom. Longchen Rabcham had said, when thoughts settle in their natural state, there is no need to abandon samsara. When you practice virtue wherever you are, there is no need to isolate yourself to a mountain hermitage or like a monastery. So that is, the isolation happens within the mind. Actually, if the mind is free, if all the thoughts are pacified, in fact, even a samsaric place can become an isolated place of meditation if you know how to practice. If you do not know how to practice, then even if you are physically in an isolated mountain hermitage in retreat, you still will be controlled by your afflictive emotions and thoughts. And then it is just the body that stays in retreat, but not the mind. And so what we must purify is the mind. We must find a way to purify our mind. And all that needs to be purified is this concept of an I. And that is purified when we cultivate love and compassion. So that is the only thing that needs to be purified, because all the afflictive emotions arise from this self-grasping. So that really is the ultimate practice, and that is the practice here that we need to be diligent in. And in order to be diligent, we need to be mindful in all of our activities. If we are unmindful in our activities of body and speech, we will be controlled by laziness. So when we often we, for example, think that we do want to practice the Dharma, but we always feel that we have something else to do first, and we will practice it in the future. We are making plans for it. So this is not how you should practice the Dharma. You should practice the Dharma right here and right now, in any moment, in any circumstance. Whatever is the circumstance, use it to practice, to read the scriptures, to recite, to meditate. For example, when you're walking around, as we mentioned before, you can see it as a circumambulation, thinking that the Buddhas fill up the entire space, as it was described in the Three Heap Sutra. Or when you're sitting and resting, you can meditate in a state of calm abiding and special insight. You sustain mindful presence and clear awareness. Or when you're eating, think of the three jewels. Or when you're sleeping, every time you wake up, recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Think of Chenrezig every time. And this is how you develop an ongoing state of diligence, and that is really important. That is what Milarepa is saying here. And so before we have said, in that way, if you practice with diligence, then that is the instruction where then all walking becomes a circumambulation, eating and drinking becomes a feast offering, sleeping and dreaming becomes the recognition of luminosity. So this is how you practice if you actually know how to engage in practice. And for this reason, if you know how to practice, you will always have an opportunity to engage in practice. It just depends on the diligence. And diligence is related to mindfulness. The Buddha had said what we call emptiness is actually conscientiousness or mindfulness. And all faults, all mistakes come from a state of unmindfulness.
Then ang tukpa rido aro tukpa nera chamrore ya tukpa.
I'm sorry, on page 11, to refuge.
가점로를 해야 지라 만나면 삼살로 사지 주다 그래서 서서히 잡네 먹내장 홍을 잡면서 제장 홍을 잡날래서 고초스럽게 따로서 참여하고 요래 고초 숨면서 다 근능 받자고 상거요 근능 받자 꼭 근능 송담지 톡사지 고초스럼 근능 받아 상거요 근능 받아 비싸지 못하고 그래.
So on page 11 on refuge, it says on obeisance to all gurus, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha are the outer refuges. Even I take them as my shelter. By putting all my trust in them, I have gained joy and satisfaction. Fortune will come if in them you take your refuge. So the three jewels everyone is familiar with, and also the three jewels are complete within one Sangha. That is the form, the body is the Sangha, the speech is the Dharma, and the mind is the Buddha. And that is why we need to consider the Sangha as very precious.
라마에서 가로서 난그 잡네 뭔가 홍을 잡에서 홍을 제정 홍을 잡날래서 싸웠어요. 싸웠음도 왕상하 왕쇼 라마를 차고요래. 그 라마 송예당 통카로지. 그런 것이 냠스 리베감이란 게 르테예당 샘데 라마 나데바 나데 트레도 그 카로 대선을 제네들이 난자와서 난게점에 대해서 고려해서 무슨 양들이 바꿔요.
And then the Guru, the patron, Buddha, and the Dakinis are the inner three refuges. Even I take them as my shelter. By putting all my trust in them, I have gained joy and satisfaction. Fortune will come if in them you take your refuge. So the three roots are the inner sources of refuge. For example, when we receive an empowerment in the secret mantra, then it is also said that the three roots are complete within the guru. And in that context, the form is the guru, the speech is the yidam, and the mind is the dakini. But then when you actually engage in practice, your personal practice, then the body is the yidam, the mind is the guru, and the speech, the dakini, because with the speech we recite mantra and thereby accomplish activities, and that is the dakini. So the three roots are our inner sources of refuge from the perspective of actually engaging in practice.
다진 인한 게 유목롱대 유목롱대 데르더니 랑 사촉세 사죠 사바다 니제들이 게벨롱 고독감이 게벨롱 담 게벨롱 이서 게벨롱데 사바다 니제 롱시바 카나벨롱 말에 네 샘들 생구시고 생구다라고 제 남도 가사가도 때리 딜롱들이 삼바던 hin지들이 사족세로 당부값을 때 자다 롱제 되게 삼바던 기적이 시체네 틀리지 받더니 생들이 뭐 그런 데 와요래 그 감틀는 소리 리즈베 틀리다가 마요래 샘단데 와요래 그러다가 다나 잘리를 받죠. 대냐서 나서나 대리마다 다다 거기 사오 르다 주바 앞에와 데틀라고 요래서.
And then the nadis, prana, and bindu are the three secret refuges. Even I take them as my shelter. By putting all my trust in them, I have gained joy and satisfaction. Fortune will come if in them you take your refuge. So the channels, the nadis here is the channels, winds and drops. So the channels is the central channel. Then the winds there are two kinds of winds. There are the winds of the karmic winds of the afflictive emotions, and there are wisdom winds. The karmic winds are when we perceive a subject-object duality. Then the winds of the mind are the winds of affliction. And from a relative perspective, if we give rise to bodhicitta, to love and compassion, they become virtuous winds. So on the relative level, we have pure and impure winds. And so speaking about winds here, we are not speaking about the actual physical breath that moves through our mouth. It is not that kind of physical breath. It is the wind force, like the energy force of the mind, which is like a horse. And the thoughts are going all over the place. They take them all over the place, take the mind all over the place. And so that is those wind energies of the thoughts in the mind on a relative level. And then if you give rise to love and compassion, then the bindu, or the drop, is actually related to Buddha nature, to the actual nature of your mind. And the bindu drop is also related to the elemental drop, the vital essence of your body, of the 5 elements of your body, which are also related to your mind. And so if you engage in practice and purify, then the drop becomes the cause for attaining the rainbow body. But in its ordinary impure state, that very drop becomes the cause of samsara, of proliferating various like lineages and like successions of birth in samsara.
네 상황 가리서 말해야 되는데 냠설랑나 이제 사지 거서 먹고 방 접어 사웅 자들 에메도 사웅다 짜주고 사웅 롱롱고 사웅 특히 주고 사웅을 차들 이 냠설이 맛이 다다당 고발 잡으셔 나진이 이제 차들 그래 되게 상와서 되게 하바와 동도 맞아서 상와서 그래.
So it is called secret refuge because now if you engage in practice, then these three become the seeds for attaining the state of the three kayas. Then the channels are the seeds of attaining the nirmana kaya, the winds the seeds of attaining the sambhoga kaya, and the drops the seeds of attaining the dharma kaya. And if you do not engage in practice, then those three will become the cause of samsara due to the dualistic grasping of self and other. It is called secret because it is difficult to realize its meaning.
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum Shri. Well, I guess we're on a short break, and it had been planned that there would be refuge that Rinpoche will be bestowing at 4:30, so maybe it's going to be a little bit early. There was no word. So if you're here for refuge, that'll be great.
I have a very short, brief good news. The benefactors, Catherine and Gary Holmes, will donate $11,000 to the mortgage for Digon Dhamma Surya on the occasion of our beloved Garchen Rinpoche's birthday. And then we have already had 6 benefactors who have sponsored 6 Buddhas already, and I will let you know the names tomorrow. So please keep the boat in the same direction. The ambassadors, if you can't afford yourself, please be ambassadors when you go. Some of you are from outside Virginia and the metropolitan area. Please be representatives for Digon Dhamma Surya. As I said, it is by the grace of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. As my personal testimony, as a child, he sent me to have a great education, 1961 in Missouri. And then I've had the great privilege and good karma to travel with the great Ranjo Ripidoji to 16 Kamapa for 7 years. And I just met a lady actually yesterday who met me in 1974 in Berkeley. So now I'm here with you in the mandala of the Digon Kagyu lineage, inspired and led by His Holiness Digon Kyangpo Chizar Rinpoche, who is so close to Apala Garchen Rinpoche. Both of them are true disciples of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. They seek his advice in their own Buddha activities. So this is your home, I really mean it. And there are a few of us, few people like Lance, the Bui family who work tirelessly, and there's a few others that I cannot all mention. But we have this title called being board of directors or something, but it's all really have to do with all the hard work, from cleaning to the mowing the lawn, and to make sure that this center in the future will be a beacon of light to live up to its name. And we are so happy having a Tibetan community here. There are Tibetan, not many, but there are around 50 families here that are being benefited. We have our extended family members here from Nepal and Mongolia, of course, Vietnamese, Chinese brothers and sisters. And in closing, I just want to say this. I was once filled with anger and hatred. When I was young, I hated, to be honest, I hated anybody who looked like me, actually, who were Chinese. I hated them because I was ignorant. I was filled with anger. Why me? My country. Why did I lose my country? Why did they take my country away? Why did they destroy 6,000 monasteries? Or why did so many Tibetans die? And I was filled with anger, and it's only through the Dharma that finally it really shaped my life and transformed me. And I'm so grateful that I do not have that anger anymore and hatred. So I just want to close with that. Thank you.
The refuge ceremony will be at 4 o'clock. So if you're online and you would like to live streaming and partake, by all means, stay tuned.
So,
So after the teaching, please take a scarf, cut that outside, and we'll come to take blessing and take the kata offering.
hello. So, kata offering, people who not coming back next week and leave today and no coming back next week teaching, so then can come to kata offering. Who coming back next week, and then we can do next week. So you don't have to do 2 nights. Who not coming back next week, then you come to kata offering after finish teaching, okay? And so how many people going to receive refuge? Please hang up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
咔嚓，什么
9,
感觉，
10,
都给打下以后，冲突啊，
12, okay, 13, 14, 15, 16, maybe 20, yeah. Okay, I can see. Thank you very much.
说工人路的打起冲突的话，美国家这样的话，我活打呀，没做着，没做着，国家这样的。 Om Aham.
你说咋有啥？
这里头讲的东巴嘞，这里个钱嘛啦，讲到说吧，别点这样我嘞，人家这里头讲的东巴的谁讲的，谁讲到嘞，人家的同大这里呢，谁讲到就不写了，谁来上的嘛嘞，这里头南巴上街吧用着的，讲的东巴的这个人，南巴用着东巴的工作是的。 讲的多吧，学了皮套卡里有一点，别呢，我说他在加卡人呢，加卡的没西茶呢，你过去怎么没西茶都有的，这里讲的多吧，平庸人他讲的多吧平庸，讲的多吧卡里去呢，给他拉起来的，别呢，多吧去参加给他拉起不有的说，这里我说我个搞个协会的讲的。 大个上不到的呢，上个天上出生气，上街他们去天那么也，甚至到俺家是都有上，这里这就不到的，没这个朋友就到那这里家看不来个了，家看不往下的有嘞，这个平庸7万人上，别了多把去参与个没这个，满面光不匆匆就是多不看到走了，这个平庸的，多把马局里没这个。 这马克马步是多么准备加他把拍完，这准备这老百姓上准备这朋友吃有的，这搞的是甚至他这个东西上啊，我做什么多的有的，这个给我说话搞的钱那样的，别让个小伙人我啊，说我家里搞的钱呢，这个地方一场的，这个地方这个的嘞，就是就唱这个多的唱个有的，对不对？你把钱的。 讲的多嘛，平庸持续的，这里这个讲的多嘛，50年的你那个xã會有的，这几年的送个都专门问过，这下个的，哪个讲的广场上面我都听那有的，上街就不去了，出去就不上平街，做的就不给微信人，做他们这样做的，给上，出个给上这种给微信人的，做他们这样做的。 他去年这人把他们做上平街的，这啥我有的，看着是咋去不的，这边搞着，咱们都不去查完，看着怎么了？这东西，如果不让了，这个过错是哪个过错是还可以啊？这平庸情不有的，这咱们都把去讲的，咱们都把去平庸的还过了，这里还不有的。
So we're starting with the refuge vow, and it's actually quite auspicious because we just ended the Milarepa teachings with the explanation on refuge. So now we are starting with the refuge vow, and so we have before mentioned there is 3 sources of refuge, and that is the outer refuge. But then that is not all there is to it. So actually, first of all, whatever Buddhist tradition one follows, the refuge is always the same, the three jewels. The three jewels are the same in all the Buddhist traditions. And so then, now what is the benefit of taking the refuge vow? For example, if you are moving to a new country, you become a citizen. That is just like taking the refuge vow. You become a citizen in the land of the three jewels. And in the benefits of the refuge vows, it is explained that the roots of virtue that arise from a vow are much more powerful than the virtue you practice without a vow. So even if you just have a single vow, all the virtue you practice with that vow become more powerful. And also in our dedication, it speaks about the power of your own intent, and that is your own bodhicitta. And that is the intent of all the Buddhas. So you're thinking that I am taking refuge for the benefit of all sentient beings. And then the second power is the power of all the Buddha's compassion. They all have only one single aspiration. And so if you're uniting your aspiration with the vast aspiration of the Buddhas, it becomes much more powerful. For example, it is just like you are working for the country, like a government job, and you have a higher position, then you have much more authority, much more rights in that position. So the benefits are great. And it is said that in terms of the benefits of taking a vow in general, it is said that if you have a vow and you practice virtue, then even the slightest virtue is of greater benefit than a vast virtue without a vow. For example, it is like with a vow, if you only offer a butter lamp that is very small and its wick is just the size of a needle, the benefit of offering that small butter lamp is much greater than offering 100 butter lamps without a vow. So the reason why the benefit is greater is because we are having in mind all sentient beings, and therefore we also receive the power of the three jewels, and therefore whatever virtue we practice becomes more powerful. Whether it is a dedication we do for the deceased or a prayer, a refuge prayer and so on for those who are alive. And then within one Sangha, who is taking refuge within one Sangha, the power of all the Buddhas after 3 times is complete. And for this reason, what that Sangha does is very much more powerful. And the refuge vow has the greatest power. And that is explained actually very clearly in the refuge card that you will later receive. And I have created this card because often many questions about the refuge arise. And therefore I found it is important to clearly introduce to the inner 3 jewels. And that is in that card. So the inner 3 jewels are the essence of the Buddha is your own wisdom mind. The essence of the Dharma is love and compassion. And the essence of companions is the spiritual teacher. Actually, the most supreme of all companions are our teachers, whether they are spiritual or Dharma teachers or worldly, like scientific teachers who teach us various fields of knowledge. And so that's the Sangha. In terms of Dharma, the most important Dharma practice is that of love and compassion. That's the essence of the Dharma. So that is explained very clearly in this card, and that is why the card is really very precious. Often people don't really understand the meaning of or the benefits of refuge, even though they already have received the refuge vow. So that is why I wanted to clarify the meaning, the benefits of taking refuge in the 3 jewels by creating this card. Because if you really understand the 3 jewels, the inner 3 jewels, then the benefits of receiving the refuge are even greater. And so in general, all the different kinds of refuge we receive in all the Buddhist traditions are the same. But it is of greater benefit if you understand the nature or the benefits of taking refuge.
그래서 평균 지종도 관계 체제나 네 심지의 제발에 특파 최종 제발 심지 이용해서 네 장도 동바시고 감이 심지 탐지 사제 소배 체동가 잡설로와 인상 그런 대송 제송 많은 러직 동나더니 이런 제비기 요래 내가 버려 토리성을 내가 좀 제가 도바다 타톡 사제가 공방 톱네 이동 제리 봐 데이터 사제가 공방 토게 세분도 말에 또 이제 대신 뭐 총사제 또 데이터가 지금 요래 제가 소시 셈지 그대로 온 거고 요래 그 셈지가 많은 나다서 나 주고 삼들 특과 총어지 특과 총어 됐더니 나다서 나디 체라 때 특과 총어 차대 특과 체보들이 배나 사지 좀 되게 타바치면 도는 송가래 특히 배치 잡소라 특과 체보고 셈tam이 잡소 셈보다 그래서 탐지 잡고요 그래서 특과 총어 빠지죠 나디 체로 셈tam 됐더니 바로 지공의 처치되어 때로 셈다 고토보다 요래 대사주 셈을 쳤대나 셈 고토보다 중으로 되게 셈지 자체를 셈하는 요인이 요래 소소가 셈지 터버려 셈판 자되는데 소바 자체와 사속 셈고 나오는데 이랑상대로 셈지 탐지 정말 마사지 듣고 살로 계속 말했지나 이 지스티 양다 지르티 생코랑 남코랑 이렇게 잡다고 요래 셈지 사제 탐지 셈지 탐지가 또 당하자로 봐쇼 요삼 그렇게 보요래 그 도박hel린 바야들이 랑게 나 찍래 저에 빠다 먹이와 저 자와 저 강이나 되는데 도박내용을 통과를 랍더니 꼰초섬 다 사속을 셈데 상마제를 봐도 도박낸 거 같아 얼마나 도박했더니 나이 저기 저에 빠다 수유를 통과받을 때나 랍 마시 빠다 렌로 타나 다와 타나 니자 자식을 쏘터로 도박낸 거 삼 나 직송하고 되는 게 토비아요래 대답을 상들이 사실 캐리 대답을지 이들이 시작이고 말이 이 표현을 하는데 막이 시제도 심지삼전 누가 빵고 시제도 누가 잘먹어서 밑에 소탈도 봤상 나가그 누가 아빠는 피바 주고 설로 저 상생도 봤상이 그 심지에 담지를 감들식이 뭐 샘이 전에 사제리 때 하고 또 그 사하가 따왔더니 이제 총요래 평용한 대사를 쏴도 들이 나가라도 이제 평용대 없지 와래 네 약고요래 대사 라만케가 남배야 돼 오늘 그 독송 되게 가로 토요래 기보 담지게 되게 같이 좋아해.
So what really determines the degree of the benefit that is created? The benefit is determined by the degree of the strength of your motivation, how vast of a mind you can generate. So it is said that the difference between the different vehicles is the mind generation. So when we take the refuge vow, therefore, we should have the motivation, I am going to receive the refuge vow for the benefit of all sentient beings. And if you have this motivation, then even if you just recite a single mani mantra, there will be a twofold result. There is first a temporary result of achieving birth and happiness in the 3 higher realms continuously, and then the ultimate result of attaining the state of enlightenment. And then you will have the ability to act for the benefit of sentient beings. So the twofold result comes about through the aspiration, the strength of your aspiration. And on the basis, you have Buddha nature. So you already actually have naturally you possess the power of your own Buddha nature. That is the Buddha by nature. You have that power, that capacity. But then you must also cause it to manifest, cause this power to arise, and you do that by cultivating a vast mind, a mind generation, a mind of bodhicitta. On the other hand, if you only think about yourself, if self-grasping is very strong, then that is what makes one be one of a lower vehicle. The Buddha had said in the Great Liberation Sutra that the mind of a practitioner of the great vehicle is like a vast ocean. It is all pervasive. And the mind of one that follows a lesser vehicle is just like the water that collects in a footprint of a cow. So it is not very much. That is because of self-grasping. It is when the self-grasping is very pronounced, then the mind becomes very narrow, very solidified. So the problem is, the fault here lies in the solidified self-grasping. And the qualities of the Mahayana, the great vehicle, arise from a vast mind. When you open up the mind and think of others, it becomes vast. So therefore, with that in mind, I have created this card to clarify this. So this vast mind generation now is something that you have to, it is something that you can generate because you already possess the capacity due to Buddha nature. So you generate it by thinking of all sentient beings, thinking that I will attain enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings. And then you habituate to this thought over and over again. And that state of mind will open up your mind and it becomes all pervasive like space. So it is very important when you take the refuge vow that you have this intention to take the vow for the benefit of all beings. And then aside from that, you can take any other vow to yourself. You can, for example, think to yourself, I'm going to refrain from any or all of the 10 non-virtuous actions. Or I'm going to keep the 4 root vows, or some of them, or one of them. And now ideally, in terms of timing, you would think that until I attain enlightenment, I shall not forsake the 3 jewels and bodhicitta. Then in terms of vows of body and speech, you can just think to yourself, I am going to take this vow of like refraining from one of the 10 non-virtuous actions, or some or all. In terms of timing, you can ideally take the vow for as long as you live. Or if you cannot, then you can take it for years or months, or even just for a single day, for 24 hours. The benefits even of that are inconceivable. Even if you just take one vow, there will be a corresponding result. So you can take this commitment thinking it to yourself. There's no need to explain each of these vows now. Just think it to yourself. And so the essence of all those vows is also explained in the refuge card. And so taking the refuge vow includes the essence of the individual liberation vows. And that is, you think that I will not cause any harm towards any sentient being knowingly or intentionally. That is the essence of the individual liberation vows. And then, having given up harming others, then you develop a wish to benefit others, other sentient beings. And that is the essence of the Bodhisattva vow. And then you recognize all sentient beings possess Buddha nature, so their true nature is actually the Buddha. And knowing that, you have established the foundation of the secret mantra view. So the benefits are explained, these benefits are explained here in the refuge card that you will receive. And I personally have added these very specific lines here on the refuge card to clarify that, because these are points that are very important to understand very clearly. And actually, I've also consulted with other lamas and khenpos and scholars, and they have all agreed with the way it is arranged here on the card. So the card is really very precious.
자세라는 고초성 그 작합 파스포르트 내 대화 지는 거 나를 어떻게 나오래 대처럼 고초성 작합 메시지 차요
And so the 37 Bodhisattva practices, they are like your passport to go to the country of the three jewels. And then this part, that is your ticket, your airplane ticket to go to Dewa Chen. So with taking the refuge vow, you become a citizen of the three jewels. And then we will repeat. Please repeat after me. Noble One, please grant me your attention from this time on, and for as long as I live. I, who am called, and say your name, go for refuge in the Buddha, who is supreme among two-legged beings. I go for refuge in the Dharma, which is supreme among those free of attachment. I go for refuge in the Sangha, which is supreme among assemblies. For as long as I live, Noble One, please accept me as a lay adherent to the threefold refuge, who observes a few precepts. Master, please grant me your attention from this time on and until the essence of enlightenment manifests. I, who am called, and say your name, go for refuge in the Buddha, who is supreme among two-legged beings. I go for refuge in the Dharma, which is supreme among those free of attachment. I go for refuge in the Sangha, which is supreme among assemblies, until the essence of enlightenment manifests. Master, please accept me as a lay adherent to the threefold refuge, who observes one or more of the 5 precepts. So Rinpoche just said, top you know, and that means this is the method. So this is the method for you to become liberated from the ocean of samsara. So in response to that, we say lexo, which means excellent. Yeah. So now we... So now we will repeat the concluding prayers, and they are also very important because we are making these prayers in the witness of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. And so, please repeat. Training, emulating all of the conquerors, may I bring excellent conduct to total completion and engage in wholly pure, stainless, ethical conduct that never degenerates and is without fault in this and every successive lifetime. May I never be separated from the three precious jewels for the sake of Dharma. May I be unstinting with even my life force and engage the purpose of sentient beings through great determination. May precious Supreme Bodhicitta become manifest where it has not yet arisen. May that which has arisen not degenerate, but ever further increase in this and every successive lifetime. May I not be separated from the supreme teachings of the unequaled Trikung Ratna Shri, and may glorious gurus take me into their care in all rebirths. May I never be parted from authentic gurus and always enjoy the Dharma's glories, having fully completed the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I swiftly attain Vajradhara state in each and every rebirth. May I be of noble lineage, clear-minded, devoid of pride, greatly compassionate, and respectful of the Guru. Thus may I observe the Samaya with the glorious Guru. Whatever aspiration prayers have been made for the sake of sentient beings from ever excellent great Vajradhara on down to the kind root Guru, may every one of them be swiftly accomplished.
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. mani be me ho, mani be me ho, mani be me ho, mani be me ho, mani be me hom, mani be me ho, 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 mani mani be ho, mani be ho, mani be me ho, mani be me ho, mani be me ho, mani be me ho. Iki mani be me ho, 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 mani be ho, mani be me 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 ho, me home. Oh, mane be 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 me home.
Om Mani Padme Hum.
So coming back to the text on page 11, we have spoken about the secret refuge, and that is the channels, the channels, winds, and the drops, so the nadis, prana, and bindu here. And now in the Kagyu tradition, when we practice the 6 dharmas of Naropa, that is when we take refuge in the channels, winds, and the drops, and that is the secret refuge.
틀리서 한 거들을 되니 초와 네와치 보ሻ고 네와치 보데 강을 찾기는 라가 선대식 좀 내려오기도 나도 탐정가 선대식 좀 그런 게 아니 라시게 되어리 세버랑 하시지 나카다 바 동물한테 나카다 사버랑 있거나 잡아대 사동 예미인데 되게 죽어 어제는 매번 대화치 보다 남양들이 나쁜데 상보 도진 창대 딱 도진 창가겠다나 아니 제시고 말에 올해 나칼 제시 매가게 근데 상보가는 가지를 찍고 요래시 어쩌다 세모 당에서 시스템이나 대화다 동에서 이제 납도리 대시서 계속 그 퍼즐 동탁이요 말했나 별에서 담아서 남들은 좋나 저 봐도 막 이 봐도 사는 것을 좀 봐서 님마다 잡았다 드라마를 이제 도망 보여 거래 좀 공부 성선은 나카다 가지 이제 도요 말 배세서 생활하는 것들은 이제 도가요 말 제시요 말이지 그 말을 밖에 별은 냠이 타도가 죽어가 사자침이 동도나 선대 제시해 봐 선대 제시해 봐라더니 저거 진성 공부성을现在当什么法都是这个都不能就拉这什么法都是这个生活法就有嘛来说这里这这个工作呢这能接了那么去他们让我说通过有的这大他们我样嘛的我没样嘛我不嘛的就是啥么大把的没嘛的挺通就有的这吃多的生活个上去了生活吃的生东巴那卡到十二人的有的这个东巴嘛的十二人的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活吃的有的生活 오, 그 똥방 많이 싸버랑지 이랬지. 사와티 뭐 동바리 사동 예민 나파다 생물이 내놓게 양tab과 하거나 들이 될 뒤송도나 들이 상제 공방에서 상대는 님도 없이 오 상제 심지 님도 없음 배는 나파리 저다 하고 니요 우리 오 배나 오 아론 일이 되니 라파가 지르면 이들이 니요 말지 생활로도 생활 님도 상대 하야 자치고 차로요 들이 로에 제대로 해서 남도 남것도 바나게 차로에 들이라 남당 남의 시탐지 남대냐 동다 뭐 치마 내 말만 치마 저마다 남당 동서 예미 가야지 남 몇간 통고 요래지 내 말마다 봐 그래지 답지 저마다 그래서 하거나 랑양들이 종크게 세를 쳤다 양들이 생활에서 또 나가다 버리 지적어서 탐지들이 로가르도 탐지 들이 주마다 버리 들이 그런지 타풍다 버리 저 통화들이 네 동네 시합이 뭐 양당도 로라 네 동네 대사도 타고요리 기도 사모당 네 시합이 동네 남당 동시바에 나오고 동바에 시합이 동 하고 그래야지.
Then next, it says form, voidness, and non-distinction are the three real refuges. So then when we have practiced the channels, winds, and drops, then what is the result of having done this practice? So we have said the drops are connected to the mind. And these are the drops that the male and the female drops, the elemental drops, that due to their presence, we experience a feeling of great bliss. But that feeling of great bliss, where does it actually come from? It actually is experienced because it is your natural state. It is the true nature of your mind, the Buddha nature. When all thoughts have stopped, you come to the natural state of the mind, Buddha nature, and that is empty, just like the sky. And it is also clear. And this clear, empty nature is all pervasive. And that is the unchanging Dharmakaya of great bliss. And we refer to that nature as Samantabhadra or Vajradhara. Vajradhara because its nature is without birth and death. Within space, in the sky, there is no birth and death. And Samantabhadra because the state is always joyful, always happy. So those who have some experience with meditating on the nature of mind, resting in the nature of mind, they understand that all of these experiences of happiness and suffering and so on are just thoughts in the mind. But none of these thoughts can actually affect the nature of the mind. It is just like you are traveling on an airplane above the clouds. For as long as you're on the ground, you're under the clouds, you are affected by the change of the weather. Sometimes there's rain and so on, there's constant change. But once you are traveling above the clouds, there is no change any longer. You're no longer affected by the clouds. You're traveling in space, there is no clouds. And that is the nature of the mind. It is unchanging. It is never born and never ceases to be or dies. So Milarepa had explained that this perfection of when you reach the furthest limits of practice, that is when you realize the Dharmakaya, when you realize Mahamudra, what you realize is that the mind is beyond birth and death. Also, Lord Chikten Sumgön had said, I am a yogin who has realized that this life, the future lives, and Bardo are actually one. From the perspective of the mind, there is no difference. It all is the same. There is no birth and death. So that is what is explained here, what is realized here. So form, here form, voidness, and non-distinction, form, or also appearances, the appearing phenomena, are those things that we see. And their nature is neither substantially existing nor non-existing. Then those phenomena do not really exist because they are compounds and therefore are impermanent. And they do not exist because we can see them. So in brief, within the nature of the mind in its natural state is empty like the sky, but that empty nature has a natural clarity to it. So it is not just empty or nothing. There is a clear awareness that knows its own empty nature. There's a knowing capacity. And that is what we call the union of clarity and emptiness that is all pervasive like space. So that is the actual natural state of the mind. And when you realize it truly, you attain the state of enlightenment. And the state of enlightenment is the state of non-duality. There is no distinction, no separation between Buddhas and sentient beings. Just like the sky, there is no duality. For example, it is like with your hand, you're making like two holes like this. You're creating those two holes with your hands. But when you open your fingers, it all opens up. And there's no more two holes. It has merged into one. It becomes just like that when you realize the nature of mind. It is just like light energy. There's no duality. And when you realize that, then the mind is experienced as very vast. And you realize that temporarily there is a perception of birth and death. And within that there is happiness and suffering. But that only arises momentarily, just like clouds in the sky. So therefore, you will see all of that just like an illusion, an illusory play. So phenomena appear, you see phenomena, but you do not grasp any longer at their true existence, and nor do you deny their existence. They appear like an illusion. So you see them, but you also know that they lack inherent existence. Therefore, they appear like illusions. And so then, when you look at the mind who has created all these phenomena, the mind is clear and empty like space. And when you look at all that is created, the 6 realms of samsara, all of that appears like an illusion because all is compounded phenomena. It is just like a heap of ashes. And that meaning actually becomes very clear as you read the Heart Sutra again and again. If you read the Heart Sutra again and again, that meaning of appearance and emptiness will become very clear. So the Heart Sutra explains that all appearances are inherently empty.
산이 셋사지 마람 나지 다로요리 마음을 띠지 라 산을 섬을 띠 많이 바는 납치 죽고 되들이 빠져온 창고요리 들다다 누구는 다다 누구리 마음 바는 뒤에 다 바래 대고하대 대서 고요리 얘는 누구카리 매일 아파트로 나도 코도 상고요리 제일 셋도 딱 기도만 나도 코도 서 세고 나도 코도 서는 zubote jekte la puen chaude ta bon do sa ku yore ona zubote chang zubote se ta na zubo tarare san meta da chol ko yore ta sem ka do de na ta sem jo che sem ta ke ta o sem de ti pa cha de tan sina ti pa cha de kon ta ro pa cha yi je de ta wo zo ko na tri zokle tongmani zokjimani zokde o tata dembare mangpala tongmani dikwa mea pasana ngani zokde ta dada sonjete chapare samni toda kwa zero sharuna ngani nyami ke chaksan yo masa me masa tekar selpa segunero charte dena tele zokta dada tela sopatamte yo janno pamera unite nangto yemi chiba nyami chiba kale musin nyam nyong 다보 내려오듯이 타풍도리 저랑이냐 타풍도리 생물이 내려오대 세 사통 생활을 쳤대들 맨디강을 고치 세는 것은 이제 집안 바 로타고 대 고아차운 레스 소아 집안을 마다도 집안을 대 고아상 성모당 나도 성모대 집안에서 하고 이런 거는 거기도 직접 마사 요 마사 뭐 심마 타풍도리 매야 마사 센서통도 요리 요미 찍어 마삼 체크 세부서 쳤대이나 니 좀통되나 내 밤에야 라고되나 내 밤에야 들 오고리서 어디 잘안되나더니 내도 쳐왔지 말이야 졸라테다 차다 똑바 맞지는 들 생활 상마하게 되게 어둠이 내려오게 고도 요바 말이 매바 말이 요 마삼 매마다 요 써나 사관 처발에 매상 대리장 처용 요리 서로 똑지 마땅히 성금이 내려오던 통내나더니 낭동 작동대 성금이 내려올 때 낭동 가시할 때 2~3만 원 야는 지람 이게들이 적당 다다 초와 탐지들이 마치 효과성성 말하베 됐다잖아 늘디 초왕네 냐미더니 너밤에 차요 뭐 요리 낭동 동상 일미 집안들이 고아야 보요래 고아야 보요래 예미 받은 상통이 각각 말이지. 너와 코랑 똥발이, 나 그인 코랑 똥발이, 나도 코랑 똥발이, 때때 예미 받지.
So we have said appearance is empty appearance, and that is maybe difficult to understand for newer practitioners. It is hard to understand what we mean with that, but we can understand if we think about this again and again. For example, when we are dreaming, from that perspective, while we are in the dream, the daytime, the waking state seems to be unreal, and the dream is real. But then when you're in the waking state in the daytime, then the dream seems to be unreal, and the waking state seems to be real. And we all know that the dream states are not real. But then later, after you have died, you go on and leave this life behind just like a dream. You have lost your body and not yet found a new body. You are consciousness wandering in the Bardo. And so now it seems to you that this life is real, but then in the future, at some point, it will change and it is impermanent. So it is not quite like that. It is already now not truly existing. So now we think, for example, that's me and that's him, this is my hand and so on. But if you really think about it carefully, what is it that you're really labeling I and him and so on? You're giving these labels based on the body. So you think that this body is him and that body is me. But in the end, the body will perish. When you die, when the body dies, it will be burned by fire or carried away by water and so on. But then, where is that person? So therefore, it is important to look at the mind, to try to find it in the mind. And in the mind, we find our habitual imprints. Also at night, when we are dreaming, it is these habitual imprints that come awake, that we experience. We call it the mental body of imprints. So in Heart Sutra also it says, form is emptiness. Emptiness is also form. There is no other form than emptiness, no other emptiness than form. So therefore, we are mistaken if we think that what we experience now is real and in the future it will all be empty. It is not like that. that perception arises due to the confusion of identifying with the self, with the body as the self, identifying with the body. So first, that is something that you should understand. And then when it comes to actual practice, don't think about anything at all. Don't think about existence or non-existence or anything at all. Just look at the mind directly. And when you look at the mind directly, then even if you perceive form or sound and so on, they will not affect you in any way or harm your mind. And that is what we call this union of appearance and emptiness. And so that is really something that you must gain an actual personal experience in through practice. So if you try to find the true nature of your mind, self and other, our bodies, first of all, they will turn into ash. That's not who we really are. So then we think what we really are is the mind. Then to see whether this is true or not, you have to look at the mind directly. And then you see that my mind and that other person's mind are exactly the same. There is no difference at all. There's a single basis, just like light. So first you understand that. And based on that understanding that our minds are the same, you also recognize that our feelings, our sensations, it is all the same. So first you know that, and then when you engage in actual meditation practice, you don't think about anything at all. Don't think about existence or non-existence. Don't think it exists, because there is nothing that really exists. In the end, it will all turn into ashes and so on. And also you cannot think that it doesn't exist, because it clearly appears and you perceive it. So don't think about it at all, don't examine it, just directly look at the nature of the mind. And without grasping at anything, whatever you see or hear, whatever sound you hear or form you see, will not affect you in any way. It is just when you begin to grasp at those perceptions, when you grasp at a sound, for example, you grasp at it as a true sound, and then you label it. And as a result of that grasping, feelings of happiness and suffering will arise. Thoughts of attachment and aversion will arise. So without grasping at anything, the mind remains in its pure state. So don't think it exists, there is something that's there, because that is a confusion. And if you think that there is nothing, it doesn't exist, it is even a worse confusion. So don't think about it in any way. That is the natural state of the mind, without grasping. There is no grasping at form, that is appearance emptiness. And there is no grasping at sound, that is sound emptiness. So just rest in the natural state. Do not grasp at any thought that arises. Do not follow any thought. Let it be as it is. And then just naturally, no feeling will arise when you encounter forms and sounds and so forth. And Milarepa also had said that when you do not grasp, when you do not grasp and do not become attached to forms and sounds and so forth, but allow your senses to just settle naturally in a state of ease. And within that state, nothing affects the mind in any way. So this is the first way to understand this term appearance and emptiness. And it is a union, the union of appearance and emptiness. And union means that it is not two things, but you can't take it apart. It is clear and empty, or appearing and empty. So they cannot be taken apart. What is appearing is by nature empty, and what is empty also will appear, is not just nothing. So that is this union of appearance and emptiness.
동나동지바데 동도 속하고래 돈이 참이 또해라고요래 돈이 은혜들이 좁아지지 소원 대성으로 체면을 사모 돈이 송세 다 세마리 봐야 데리고 보고 똥들 다네 똥이 가래 또 그래들 다 마오냐마지 다 가도 요미 딱게 땅아 그 마오냐마는 진짜 많이 봤는데 저 요즘 진짜 많이 봤어요 다 똥이 또 담이 또 빼는 깐도 우리 세마리 야 철자 동 탈아주 다 가도 다 세마 말이지 다 좋다 콩 세마리지 나야 세마리 나 세마리야 나 류드 가리다 류드 세마리야 류드 토로도 다 좋가도 다 세리 다 생코로 다 딱지도 나다 딱지도 생코로 요즘은 똥주는 남한이 직접 똥주요 말이야 매일은 코트에서 와서지 제기 시바사고서 요래 요람부터 매일람부터 데리들이 다 똑바로 가와서 대체는 너는 다 나무리 다지바 가도 되래 다 토야요 말이 다 토야면 다 다지바 문에 뭐도 그런 들이 남이 더 싫어하지 사실 남이 요래 다도 좀 이런 말이지 매와지 나게 딱 지에다가 다 가와도 다 세미지 생과로 나갔다 그래 나가를 요람부터 밀람부터 들이들어 똥이 지라 내가 딱시 있는 타상 자원 남바 사이에 갔다 와라 이래 딱시 딱본 타상 자원 오동만 남갔다 그래 제법 타상 자원 남이 서비스 따들이 욕발면지 동안이 매발면지 서버나지 놀가리 오면다 직접면지 책을 세우는 데는 semsa kono namkharani chaptiyo tatila sajja chigo sem kono rangi ya de hakor sao siwa sao de namkhe ka chaptiyo ta chuko hakore de Milarepa sem ta namkha chemele chuko long de chapari de mune nang tong te hakoso tana de ranga de da yiya de da re sama de mezo de tong de ne ngore sam ko ma maria sam ko yo mari 저 용띠 거리를 뭐 리상고 요면 뭐 세마들 차당 또 와라 빠지가 말이 상고 요면 다지 니진한테니 니진한테니 양 차와타마 레사해요 말이 빼나 제가 따와대도 하고나양테니 뭐바테지 다지니 내가 좀 접대받을 인기진을 놓대 맞아 봐체 그래 3년째가 맞아 봐체 주바티는 따들어 차당 모소라 빠단 틀lun가가 너가 당연히 말 주바 따뜻해 주바 독선데 제가 좀 지대송을 대답을 따고 줘서 서장 가서 따고 막 주바서 직접 해변에 동태에서 따완 나가는 돈 주바들이 확실히 섭삼발시 주바 시대 하던데니 지마다 베트니 지용 집제 빵 집이 집제 저거래서 다 돈이 좀 하자 돈 치모야지.
And so it is difficult to really understand this term appearance and emptiness. We all speak about emptiness. We speak about the realization of emptiness. And Lord Thigten Somgen, for example, has said that the result of valid cognition is to see emptiness. So what kind of emptiness really are we referring to here? It is the emptiness of inherent nature, that is the emptiness of a self. So we are trying to find a self. Where is that self? We are trying to find it, but no matter how we try to grasp it or find it, it is nowhere to be found. It cannot be found. It cannot be determined. So that is what we call emptiness. That is what we call realizing selflessness. So we think that we really actually exist, I'm real, but then we are referring to the body, and the body can be dissected into hundreds and thousands of parts until there is only particles and ash. And then once it is gone, where is the self? Where are you? So you think that you are real and the other person is real, he is real, but we are really referring to the body. The body will perish. So then where are you really? Then you might think it is that mind. Then you should look at that mind again and again. You cannot say that it exists on its own, because it cannot be shown in any way. It is just like the sky. But then you cannot say that it doesn't exist, because there is a clear awareness that engages in all these activities of samsara and nirvana. So the actual nature of the mind can neither said to be existing nor non-existing. And that is the reason why it is said it is so difficult to realize it. So where is that self? It cannot be found. And so finally you realize there is this wisdom that realizes that it cannot be found. And that is the wisdom realizing selflessness. When we investigate, it begins with trying to find the self. We try to find it in the body, we cannot find it. We try to find it in the mind is just like space. So we can neither say it exists nor it doesn't exist. And that actually is the quality of the Buddhist view. That is how the Buddhist view transcends the two extremes, the two mistaken views. And that is eternalism and nihilism. The wrong view of eternalism is dispelled due to the empty nature, the empty essence of the mind. And the view of nihilism is dispelled due to the natural, clear awareness of the mind. So it is neither existing nor non-existing. That is the empty nature of the mind, lacking inherent existence. There is nothing to grasp at, nothing to find, it is empty. But so you don't grasp at its true existence, but also don't think that it doesn't exist, because there is clarity. And that is what the Madhyamaka, the middle way, is establishing. You go between existence and non-existence. You don't grasp at anything whatsoever, but you look at the mind directly, and what you find is a space like all-pervasive nature. And that is what we call Mahamudra. So when you habituate to that, you will realize that this awareness is all-pervasive like the sky. And so then you really have actually understood the Dharmakaya. Milarepa had said, when you realize that there is no distinction between mind and space, you have realized the Dharmakaya. So this is how you can understand appearance and emptiness. And so if you are your true nature, or your body, yourself is empty, then the same is true also for others. So then, knowing that even though you do see bodies, you do see form, you do not think that it really exists or it doesn't exist. You don't think about it in any way. And if you do not grasp at what you see, then also no coarse thoughts of attachment and aversion will arise. No grasping at a concrete reality that possesses any characteristics will arise. So you don't think that there is anything that really exists, and also you do not grasp at its non-existence. You don't deny its being there. And by doing that, you avoid accumulating the subtle grasping at a duality. So first you understand this view, and then when you engage in practice, there is still a perception of self and other temporarily, and that appears to you like an illusion. And from that perspective, you consider others as most important. So you never separate from a mind of love and compassion. And then the conduct is that since no more thoughts of attachment, aversion, and ignorance arise, you do not cause any harm towards others. Lord Chigden Sumgön therefore said, there is no more object to be harmed at all. So we speak about the view, the meditation, and the conduct. First, you understand the view, which is like the sky, vast, and the view is vast like the sky, And the conduct, however, must be fine as flour. We must be very precise when it comes to conduct, and that is, we must entirely give up harming others and must try to benefit them with an altruistic mind as well as we can. So that is how we can understand this term, appearance and emptiness, and the union of meditation, the view meditation and conduct. So these are the ultimate sources of refuge, the final refuge, and the final refuge that you put your trust in. And the final, actually, it is that the ultimate refuge is the Buddha. And it is said that beings do not recognize their own minds to be the Buddha. So finally you realize that your mind, the Buddha's mind, the Guru's mind are actually one. And therefore that mind, the Buddha, is the ultimate source of refuge. And then it says, if you look not to the refuges, who will protect you from eternal suffering? Day and night, the rotting house of your body is invaded by the four elements. Through months and years, rain brings it to dissolution, and so on. So these words, Rinpoche said, are quite straightforward. So in brief, if we do not seek refuge, then we will have to continue to wander in the 6 realms of samsara, just as we have mentioned before. And now we have said that the precious human body is the supreme of birth, and still, how much suffering do we experience as precious human beings? We can see it in this world. And then we also should think about the suffering that is even greater in the lower realms, the animals and so forth. And so realizing that, what we just mentioned before, all of that appears just like an illusion. That is when you realize emptiness. You realize that all of these appearances are the projections of the afflictive emotions. The Pure Lands are the projection of bodhicitta. So when bodhicitta has arisen in the mind, then nothing can appear in an impure way any longer. Impure perception is the projection of the afflictive emotions. So that is the division between this perception of pure and impure. When the mind has become pure and you truly see things as they are, then things will appear in a pure way, as they really are. For example, to the Buddha's mind, even if they seem the three lower realms, to them they appear like Pure Lands. And on the other hand, for us, even if we were to go to the Pure Lands, we couldn't recognize them as such. They wouldn't appear to us like Pure Lands. It is said, for example, that this world is a Nirmanakaya Pure Land, but still what we perceive in this world is a lot of suffering. So when you have realized the actual nature of mind, then everything will be seen as it is in its pure state.
첩주제 사실이서 내양 색깔좀 버려.
가봐도?
첩주제 사실이 나타나 저말리지 칼 들리지 칼을 이 빨리 첩주제 사실이서 특대 방송에 첩주들은 실은 정상 못 가지 제스다. 실은 정상 못 봐. 말리지 요새 톱세 실은 정상 못 봐. 땅에다리 les lâches des ciels, on a mamé comme c'est une pingo, ça me l'autre rangi chibache, devachi monam nanako, devachi sham de pichi point sare, tangatran rogot, rosayo de taje, de rochera, rangani chematamna, sochi, dans sabte chiu gore, tena, patero de la yoret, to get the sale. Isso, 실은 요바 해봐지. 아고송해. 톱송아.
Topsong. Yeah. Then we're on page 12 now. To the dying, these eroding drops bring neither joy nor pleasure, and so on. So when we die, in essence, we must die without regret when we leave this illusory body behind, without any fear. So actually, there is a quite easy way to accomplish it, even if we are not able to practice our entire life. So just cultivate love and compassion, wish to benefit sentient beings, and read the prayer to be born in Devachan, and then just think that it is probably very nice there. I really want to go there. There is somewhere I can go. So even if you cannot practice in this life, you can trust in the quality of love and that there is a way to accomplish this. So it is important to practice this in order to die without regrets.
다시 시작하고 막 고요라 고다기 마세니 될 파까지 주나 그래서 말해서 저는 챌린징랑 매받지면 좋아할 줄 삼아 특강이 어떤 로드체 자체를 막 비비지 막 가르자 담미가는 로 대서면 너한테 해서 배나.
And this is like the shadow of the setting sun. You may try to fly away from it, but never can you escape. So just like when the sun is setting in the evening, you cannot. There's no way to escape from the shadow of the setting sun. You cannot hold it back. And so, for example, in terms of giving up the fear of death, what this is talking about here. For example, people when they're already like 80 years old and feel sick, then still they don't want to die and they go to hospital and try to treat their illness and so on. And so thinking in this way is really mistaken.
아가처럼 갑자기 좋아라 가와다 좋아지 저 답을 생각하는 또 생기 동시에 다오 다 대답을 빼는 라마 탐지식으로 동부 시기요래 들카다 뒤다 뭐 간초하는 거와 좋아요래 뒤라 기와를 하고 제서 가버려 책들이 나도 죽지라 이 말이 내 시작고 말이 세소년 살이
Titipo?
아
Titipo Laura.
다음 요래인데 느낀 저한 손사 나가지
So then it says, observation of death is a Buddhist teacher from whom one learns to practice worthy deeds. One should always think and remember that joy is absent at the time of dying. So Rinpoche says these, like all these following words are quite straightforward, so we can just read through them. So basically, we want to die in a state of joy. I'm happy to die without any regret, knowing that I will go to the Pure Land and then I will benefit sentient beings. This is how, like, the masters think, going to the Pure Land and so on. So there, one dies actually in a state of great joy and delight.
네 느낀 저한 통사나 계속도 별로 무시 되는 요바치도 따양따지 근데 바치도 제가 다 가시나 이 속에 나와 착해요리 메모본 찬요리 때문에 따다다 직랑 치보를 ram지 내 속만 통로 직랑도 동해 치보 들이지는 나사 속을 치보 또게 치보요리 때 바치가 따를 때 삼지 요리 되는 요바치도 들이 시원하더니 다 가게 막고 놓고 요래 나타당 이 손좀 놓고 요래 대성고 요래
And then if a sinner sees the nature of death, he learns a good lesson of truth. He will then ponder on the thought, how regretful I will be when that moment comes. So that is speaking about a sinful person. Often it happens that to many people actually when they die, already the perceptions of the three lower realms appear to them. And even if they don't appear, often they die in a state of intense fear or intense pain. And that leads to a lot of suffering at death. And these kind of intense perceptions of pain and death, pain and fear at the time of death are a sign of having committed a lot of sin. So one dies with a regretful mind. And then after one has died, one will experience a lot of difficulties, a lot of suffering. One will have to go on to the three lower realms. So this verse here is speaking about a sinful person.
수고지와 통사나 너저월 좀 벌로 보면 될 동포지도 따양따서 다른데 내가 살아다니
And the next time, if a man of wealth sees death around him, he has learned a good lesson of truth, that goods and money are his great foes. Let him then ponder on the thought, I should try always to be generous.
기반 처음 통사나 체마다 돈 벌로 보시 될 조시지도 짱따 따양따서
And then, if an old man feels that death is near him, he has learned a good lesson of truth, that life is short and transient. Let him then ponder on the thought, life is, after all, a sad dream.
이 단계에서 삼주가 지와시라요 말이지 제 삼주들이랑 종체들이 세는 조가시요 요래 이 집에 등에 요래 하더라.
So that, for example, is when your family, your dear ones, don't really show much love, and then you will regret that how you have cared for them, and you die in a state of suffering.
용반 저한 소자나 체롬이 동벌로 보니 더블 쪼비지도 따양따 내가데 요보 탐지가 당한 마치 출마상 저러라는 게 체롬이 삼았던 거 사버리 요보다 요런 탐지가 르마서 기어라 끝에 몇 동이 거래 납치 참이 양탄양도 싼 거래서
And then if a young man sees death around him, he has learned a good lesson of truth, that life is short and fades soon to oblivion. Let him then practice his devotions. So if a young person mostly it is the young people who do not really think much about the Dharma. They are more concerned with this life. So especially the young people should turn their mind, their body, speech, and mind to virtue. And that is by reflecting again and again on the uncertainty of the timing of death.
라디치 파마 꼬나요 다톡도 지차요 다톡의 파마게 네 가정 시그마의 파마요 말라.
Then our parents bear the burdens of our worries, but orphans must endure them by themselves. So finally, we don't actually recognize the kindness of our parents.
조장빠뽀 보나요 조만 넣어라 지차요 럭빠빠 조만 용들더니 럭빠빠 용지 시그마에서.
A smooth, fine leather coat is indeed a comfort, but beyond imagination for him who never wore one. That is one who doesn't understand the good qualities of a sheepskin coat.
사람 제외 홍세 레 많이 발지 자요 카라멜 로모저 주생다 만들 때 조고도를 또 종르스
La.
생대 맡았나 들이 조고도 또 종르스 생각하면 조고 저거를 발음사야 요라 그 소시 맡았을 때 소소 먹게 싫어 또 종르가.
Then crops on the farm are the cure for poverty, but those who do not work can never enjoy them. So it's like you have a farm, you have a field, but if you never plant the crops, you will never have bread to eat. So you will die of starvation, never eating anything. So that then is your own loss.
다들 비만 조파 칠링 달라요 조망용을 지차요 또 삼지 동 천디나 동 대치벌에 주지 못해 지를 잘 주만이 벌에 지차요 주제만 담지 못해 내가 지보요래 다들 동네 남자처럼 마음을 동네 저빵 듣고요래 너나 주만이 벌에 들이대 저도 동아요라 때로랑 라는 거다 제발에 주만을 들이게야 요 말이죠 사실 개쪽 두고 말해서.
And then he who practices the Dharma will be joyful, but those who practice not can never share it. So within that, actually, there were many examples, but within that, really, the meaning of all of these examples is included. So someone who practices the Dharma will be happy, even in this life already. In this life, you will accept, tolerate the suffering you experience, and you will be able to avoid the causes of more suffering in the future. But for those who do not practice the Dharma, who do not have the Dharma, they will only suffer even in this life. And they will think that all is up to them, all is in their hands. So the essence here is don't be like that, because the Buddha cannot protect you if you do not also engage in practice.
딱 가르쳐 책임지네요. 라또니 첼레 집아 통 일을 천에 gebyor지서 내서는 내가 좀 하나 먹기 싫어나 이제 제대 제토고요다. 말아변달라고 땡글이리스. 먹을 가지를 먹기 싫어도 싫습니다. 마셔면 제토고도 없어요. 제토고를 일을 천에 gebyor지 일을 세나다가 이 막업을 가다가 가지 싫어버리도 마늘이 또 정말 정말 지내들 된 거래서 일을 천에 gebyor죠. 또 싫어지 마서 내가 가라서는 고조를 주바 버려야다. 내가 이 강요면에 제리는 일을 째더니 이가 왔다 잡았던 거래서 내 가장 같이 버려야지. 뜻다가 이제는 잡았다야 요 말이 이제 가라지 근데 대대가 대대가 왜 잡았다야 요 말이 무슨 맞아요 말아.
And so then the next two lines actually are very very important. It says, "Give more away in gifts, and you will never be hungry." So that is this line is really very important. For example, knowing that when I was in prison, for example, I was able, even though everyone was dying of starvation, I was able to give away my own food, because I thought that I have a precious human body, but it's uncertain when I will die, but certainly I will die. So therefore, before I die, I must be able to give to others. I must be generous. And so with that state of mind, you practice at any time in whatever you do. When I wake up at night from sleep, I practice. Actually, I think it's even better if I don't sleep at all, because I don't know when I'm going to die. So I use this time to recite the Mani Mantra and hold my mala, think of Chinrezik. When I eat food, I offer it to the 3 jewels, and so on. So even if you do not have anything to give at all, if you just give some candy to someone, think that this is generosity. So these words are really very important. Also for myself, for example, I didn't have anything to give, but I was able to just give that little food I had to others, and that became generosity.
송동아 트인으로 때라 섬내 라치도 네 송섬제 동네에 수게 정도 뉴모비 정도 너는 셰르가 셈네 뉴모마 마커 다 뉴모마 마커서.
And then it says, if you want to conquer drowsiness and sleep, practice more good deeds. Then remembering the miseries of the lower realms helps one and all to practice Buddhism. So the lower realms, who has created the lower realms? It is the afflictive emotions. So therefore, before you die, make sure you do not take with you those afflictive emotions.
주로 아마 투지체 때때 양당양들 협종지 로마사님 bar 좋아지는지 양당양들 협종 나오지 대사랍체 버려래.
So thank you, my Dharma friends, and you should read this book again and again, really study it, and also the older and newer disciples should discuss it with each other and ask each other questions again and again. This book really is endowed with many blessings.
Page 157. Dedication prayer. Dorjen Chang, Telopa, Naropa, Marpa, Milarepa, Dharma Lord Gambupa, Pamutrupa, and Lord Digompa, please bestow upon us the most auspicious blessing of all the Kagyu Lamas. By this virtue, may I achieve omniscience by defeating all enemies' confusion. May all who travel on the waves of birth, old age, sickness, and death cross the ocean of samsara. Bodhicitta, the excellent and the precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise, where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. I pray that the Lama may have a good health. I pray that the Lama may have a long life. I pray that your Dharma activities suffer far and wide. I pray that I may not be separate from you. As Manjushri, the Veda realized the automic state, and as the Samanta Bada, I will follow in the path and fully dedicate all the merit for all sentient beings. By the blessing of the Buddha who attained the three kayas, by the blessing of the truth of the unchanging Dharma as such, by the blessing of the Sangha order, may the merit I share bear fruit. By the virtues collected in the 3 times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the inner rule of virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Digompa Rinpoche, who is omniscient, Lord of Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of the samsara. For this realm, circled by snow-covered mountains, you are the source of very benefit and bliss without exception. Tenzin Jamso, you who are one with our Lokeshwara, may you remain satisfied until samsara's end. Embodiment of the three precious jewels, Pemapane, who holds the teaching of the victorious one, seeing all goodness, meaning with the wisdom eye. May you who are spontaneously establish activity, living long for hundreds of kappas. Noble Manjushri, the Lord of Speech, who manifests to hold the teaching of Trapezim, who rise the lamp of the sage's teachings. May you who are the light of Dharma, living long for hundreds of kappas. Next page. The one knows in the Holy Lands is Ayandeva, eminent in the gargling of Eastern Tibet as Chidengpa, the heart son of Jigding Sungun. May the life of glorious Garchen remain satisfied for hundreds eons. In the age of strife, when the victor's teaching faces hardship, through this powerful Vajra-like conduct, he takes on himself the heavy responsibility of ambitious teaching. May the Garchen, the son of the teaching, living long. We do Tibetan, that one, the last one. Pabe yorna arya dewa shi dokam so sangar jere sejur jedem gombe tu se jedem ba parden garjen gze Jarate, Ninde Jarate, Nyajre Negamde, Todo Dorje, Tave Dorjoje, Reme Dembe Gojra Dagaye, Dembe Nyama. Garchen Jabden Zor, page 70, short Amitabha prayer. 70. Maong Zar Sanje Nawa Taye Daye Sejo Tuje Jembo Dang Yonde Semban Tujin Don Namla Sanje San Semba Min Kor Jikor Dejeng Om Zarabad Me Baye Dewa Jin Yizave Jen Gamde Da Jen De Nizim Vijamada Jewa Jen Jebar Ma Jebaru Tere Jene Nande Jar Non Yo De Gita Gimolanda Bandi Soje Sanje Sanzen Dam Jeji Kemen Rabar Sinji Labdazor Diyada Benzandreya Avambodan Ayezoa Sanjo Zemjo Rinpoche Maje Bana mani padme
Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om